It's me! Hey. I was gonna say good evening. It's like, oh my god, it's the afternoon! It's the afternoon! It's not the evening at all! Ah, oh, damn those kids with their daytime dead routines. Oh, grr. I shake my fist at them. I shake my fist angrily in their vague direction. Hello. Wait, first of all, let me just twiddle my knobs. Twiddle my knobs a bit. Just, making sure it's all correct. Hello. God, I want to point out, I fucking hate that. Absolutely hate the Flight Simulator menu music. I've got all these theme music for those intros, and that was the one I went, oh god, I wish you had better music, because it's just shit. It's just shit. Especially because you listen to it fucking ages. Here's a fun fact as well. I was gonna start the stream at like 2. I was gonna start the stream like an hour and a half ago. You know why I didn't? Because Flight Simulator, I updated it yesterday, made sure it all worked. Excellent. Opened it fucking today, and it went, oh yeah, I've reset everything. What do you mean you've reset everything? I went, you've reset everything? Just reset all your control schemes, reset all your graphics settings, just reset all your settings. I went, oh good. So I spent an hour and a half setting it up again. Thanks, Microsoft, piece of shit. Also, for literally updating this game take a billion fucking years. Billion fucking years. Are the updates to Steam now, says Baker? I don't have the Steam version. And I don't think they are, because it does all the updates in-game. If you want to update the game, you go into the fucking game and update it. And it's very slow. It's not based on your internet speed, because I have fucking super fast internet, and it's like, oh, you want to download the 3 gig update? That's going to take about an hour. And I'm like, sorry, an hour? I can download 3 gigs in the time it takes me to sneeze. And it's like, no, I'm... Piece of shit. The game runs like shit. Honestly, if it wasn't so good, technically speak, like, if it wasn't so impressive as a technical achievement, I would absolutely... I am rating on this game. It's crap. But it's really good. Okay, gonna go over these things. Thank you for resubbing. Oh, Bacon. Kiss. Thank you for the 15 twiddles, Phasmaxon. Why saucepan? And I'm Expooged apparently was streaming before, so... Mark is red. Okay, so today, here's my plan, right? I don't have online on, crisps. I don't have any online shit. I'm just keeping it nice and simple, right? Keeping it clean and simple. It's just me. I've gotten rid of all my little add-ons, right? So here's my plan. Today, I'm just going to fly around the UK and explore. Just explore all the things, because they've had a UK and Ireland up there. And one of the problems when the game launched is they were like, oh, we've got photogrammetry and loads of US cities and custom assets and stuff like that. But then in the UK, there was fuck all. There was a couple of custom assets. They had the Houses of Parliament and Tower Bridge and the Shard and the Tower of London. And that was it. And everything else was randomly generated, and it looked weird. And I showed off on a stream ages ago. Orbex did a London City landmarks pack, along with the London City Airport pack, which I bought only like 15 quid. And this was ages ago. I did that stream, by the way. I did that stream ages ago. But for this stream, I've uninstalled those add-ons, and we're just going to look at the default Flight Simulator stuff for the UK. I did have a quick look yesterday, and I will say, them calling it the UK and Ireland update is quite insulting to Ireland, because what they've added to Ireland is about 4 things, like 4 just single landmarks, and nothing else. So it's quite an insult. I don't like calling it the UK and Ireland update. And I'm going to show you, it's a good update, but also a bad update. Look, Phil the Dead is getting to it, the photogrammetry, because they've added So photogrammetry is technology. If you use Google Maps and you look, it's all 3D and shit. That's photogrammetry. Now, Flight Simulator uses Bing. Bing Maps. And Bing Maps didn't have photogrammetry for London. Now it does, apparently. So let's have a look, shall we? So let's open the game. Now, my plan is just to have a nice little flyabout. Now, if you're curious, I'm using a HOTAS, as always. I'm using my fucking Thrustmaster Warthog HOTAS stick and throttle the big fucking A10 cunt. Big heavy cunt. Don't have rudder pedals, though, much to my annoyance. So there's a little, like, nub on the back of the throttle. which I'm assuming is used for like targeting computers or something in an A10, but it's analog, so I can just get a bit of analog control with the rudder on it. I need some nice rudder pedals, but this will do for now. This is London City Airport. Uniquets. There we go. London City Airport. Now, I don't have, I don't have the thing installed, which gave the Orbex London City Airport thing, which made it look way nicer. This is just how it is. So we're going to fly down to Southend, and we're going to fly up from Southend all the way up to Liverpool. Then we might fly over to Dublin, maybe. That's the plan today. To turn the brakes off. Flaps to... flaps will do it. 10 degrees, and there we go. Uniquets? How else would you say uniquets? God, considering I'm terrible... Oh, there's crosswind. Considering I'm bad at names at the best of times, I want to point out that the rudder setup I have for this is kind of crap, but it's better than it not being analog. I'd rather have a crap analog setup than this analog setup. Can you crash into Skegness? Probably. Yeah, so they've not added... London City Airport, that's not a... I don't think that's a new model, because the Orbex London City looks completely different. I will say, I checked, they've added a custom Liverpool airport. Like, Liverpool Airport's proper now, but Liverpool isn't. One of the weirdest things about Liverpool is, you know how everyone was complaining about the Buckingham Palace? Well, first of all, actually, as we're going past, there's... by the way, the framework's going to shit itself a lot of times because it's fucking flight sim. There's the XL Centre with photogrammetry. There's the boat, which hasn't been photogrammetry properly, and there's the very knobbly bridge because it's photogrammetry. You'll notice, since there's a lot of cranes in London, a lot of the photogrammetry is a bit wonky. Like there's... This is the... Shut up, don't sink. Yeah, it's going to say that a lot throughout this. There's that, which is the cable car. The London cable car, which goes across from down there, across to there. And you can see, like... You can see how it's just weird, and there's bits, floating bits, and then there's nothing over the thing. Oh, yeah, so the Buckingham Flats, right? You can see now, it's photogrammetry, so it's actually London now. So... Buckingham Palace was just looked like a little block of flats originally. It was a big point of contention, as did the White House, and they finally added the White House and Buckingham Palace and the Washington Monument. But look, you see, here's the thing. Look at that, right? Look at that building. Let's go into active pause, shall we? Oh, let's fly past it. So you can see that HSBC building is clearly custom because you see how smooth it is. You see how smooth that building is on the right of me there? And then look at that. What the fuck is that? It's melting. Bing Maps. Bing Maps' fucking photogrammetry, clearly, has been done cheaply as shit to a really low res. Because that is shameful. And this is not Flight Simulator. Like, the photogrammetry implementation is not Flight Simulator as a game's problem. It's Bing Maps. Like, because you can see, look at that building. That building is nice and smooth. You can see the HBC logo is proper thing. That's Citibank building. You can see they're proper. And then that's a proper building. That's a proper building. But these ones, photogrammetry. And that one, what? Awful. Absolutely terrible. I have to go back out of photogrammetry. Ooh, and throttle up a bit. And you'll see that. Yeah, you see that there. There's something I noticed when I was testing yesterday. So, there's a lot of weird floating things. For example, that thing. What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that? Don't know. Look, there's a bit of that building that's come off. Look at how bad the buildings look. That building's just literally got a bit sticking out of it. All of these photogrammetry buildings in London look absolutely terrible. The tall ones, at least. The ground level ones look okay, but all these tall ones look fucking god-awful. Like, absolutely god-awful. And it's distracting, because, as I've noted before, the last time I did the stream, and I will beg to repeat it, obviously, I'm taking off from London City, and when you're taking off from London City Airport, you're quite low going over a lot of these buildings, so you'll see this shit. Normally, the argument for things looking a bit crap close to the ground is, oh, you're not normally seeing it, but you're definitely seeing these things. Like, there's a bit floating. And that this is a proper, like, you can see this is a properly modeled building, because Flight Sim does model buildings and put them in, and every building they've modeled looks really good. But then the photogrammetry buildings look like crap. Come around a bit. Now, there are downloadable things. People have, for a lot of cities, extracted the Google Maps photogrammetry and put it in Flight Sim. And I've tried that. Was a plane. Was that a plane or was that something floating? I actually can't tell. No, that appears to just be a random floating bit of the landscape. I thought that was a plane. I thought it was a plane or maybe a bird, but no. It's a tiny floating bit of the landscape. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that behind my right wing. There it is. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. And this is the thing. I am not faulting Microsoft Flight Simulator at all. I'm faulting Bing. Because Bing Maps photogrammetry is just crap. And obviously, Microsoft Flight Simulator has to use Bing Maps. Now, I'll trim down a bit because I'm pulling up. I see the Google stuff painting. I tried to use that in Liverpool and it broke Liverpool completely. So, I haven't got any of that installed currently. This is just me showing this off. Now, ground level stuff, photogrammetry, looks all right. Like, all of that looks pretty all right. That looks pretty grand. That's exactly how I'd expect it to look. The lower ground level stuff, the photogrammetry's done a fine job of. And if it's a bit wonky close up, it's fine. Because, you know, I'm really low now and I can't even tell. Aside from the taller the buildings get, the photogrammetry gets really wonky. For some reason. But that looks fine. Those buildings look absolutely fine. I'm really low to the ground and that looks fine. Can try Southampton. I'll be going to a few places, but I won't be going everywhere in the UK. I'll be flying around, you see. And then, see this? Now, this bit of London, you can see these buildings are custom. There's the Gherkin, there's the Cheese Grater, there's some other buildings, and they look really good because they're custom assets that Microsoft Flight Simulator's team have made. There's the NatWest building. You know it's the NatWest building because from above, it looks like the NatWest logo. That's true. All right, let's pull up. They look really good. Might be a perspective issue with the pictures taken around. They're not. Photogrammetry is done with helicopters and planes, and they basically scan a terrain with a 3D like modeling tool, effectively. Hang on. Make it sunny. This is real-time weather, so I'm keeping it real-time weather. This is real-time weather in times. This should be exactly how it looks in London right now. Oh, there's the NatWest building. You can see even the little thing. Oh, the little things on top of it are spinning around and everything. Now these assets were in it originally down here. The Tower of London and Tower Bridge were in the game originally, and they still look good. And they've now added. I mean, that London City Hall is photogrammetry, but then they have the excellent Shard, which has that cool tech that Spider-Man did with the windows. So they have a bit of. They look like they've got an inside. That looks great. They've added St. Paul's. They've added the bridges properly. One of the problems that London had is all the bridges were sunk into the fucking river. So they've actually made the bridges, you know, look like bridges now. There's the famous bridge. There's the Met. There's St. Paul's. There's a building I literally don't recognize. You know, they've added little things. One of the nicest details. Again, I think the Flight Simulator team have done a really good job. Because, you know, it's the whole world. They have to prioritize and not prioritize some things. But look at that. They've added the London Eye. And it's rotating. Look at that. Active pause ready. Because it doesn't pause the world, it just pauses me. Boop. Look at that. That's great, that. That's great. Good job. Mwah. Beautiful. That looks great. You know, they had the Houses of Parliament, but the bridge, that fucking Westminster Bridge was just completely sunk in before. And you can tell what's a custom asset and what's not. So all the bridges are custom assets, you can tell. See how they kind of snap on there. But it looks way better because some places were distractingly bad looking, like London and like Washington DC, because you're flying quite low over them, and bridges are very distinct over, you know, the Thames. You don't remember there being this many yachts on the Thames, yeah? So you can see a lot of those boats are put there manually, and some aren't. There's Westminster Abbey. That's photogrammetry. Looks a lot better than the block of flats that was there before. And one of the most notable things, look, Buckingham Palace is actually Buckingham Palace now. look at that. Look at that. There we go. It's not a block of flats anymore. How novel. Wow. Wowie. It looks good. It's a nice model. You know, because it looks quite nice up close as well, which is quite a nice thing. Which is quite a nice thing. And it doesn't need to look good up close, but I'm glad it does. And I'm glad, you know, this is what Flight Simulator need to do, because they need to do landmarks, right? Because one of the big things that Flight Simulator is trying to tout is that it's good for VFR flying. And VFR flying is the idea of you can just navigating by sight, right? And VFR flying is you're often navigating by landmarks. So it's obviously a little inconvenient for that if the landmarks don't look right. And you've got the BT Tower over there. So London looks a lot better. Now, I'm going to make it... Can I change the time in this mode? Can't remember if I can or not. Let's just turn it off live weather briefly. Because I want to make it nighttime and see the lighting. And London at night looks very good. One of the best things, like Flight Simulator at night, looks absolutely fucking incredible. They've actually changed how lights work as well on the ground. So you can see there's different kinds of light. You can see you getting that sort of blue LED color as well. These sort of yellow, those yellowy sort of old style street lamps. Like things lit up. You can see that the London Eye's lit up blue. You know, you can see, you can see that bridge over there has got purple bits on. Like the lighting is beautiful at night. Now I will say, so the Orbex London City Pack, which I'm not going to turn on because the reason it's not on, you have to uninstall it and it just gets rid of it from your computer. We're going to re-download it and it takes fucking ages. I will say I think that looked a bit better from afar. Now, the flight sim models, the custom ones they've done, look better up close than the Orbex. The Orbex ones look really low res up close and weren't as detailed, but they looked better from afar. And the Orbex as well added a lot of custom assets, like huge amount. A huge amount of custom assets were added to London. Like small buildings and stuff were a lot of custom assets. You see the battleship? Oh, yes. Do they have it here? That's a good question, actually. Hang on. Let's put it back to live weather. God, that's so... That's one of the best things about flights about how fast that is. So they appear to have not done photogrammetry of the battleship and instead just put 2 yachts in the place that it would be. Thanks to HMS Belfast. That's exactly what the HMS Belfast looks like. It is, in fact, just 2 yachts glued together. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Shimicon of the Orbex. One of my biggest complaints about Orbex, the Orbex London City Pack, is because it replaced a lot of the flight sim assets like the Shard with their own version of the Shard. And I was sat there going, don't replace the better flight sim versions. Keep the normal flight sim like custom models like the Shard and the Gherkin and all that. Keep them, but replace everything else. Like I want the flight sim models to be prioritized over the Orbex ones, but they weren't, and they have patched it. I've heard, and I don't know if it's any better now, but you know. Yeah, so they've added that, which is quite a nice improvement. I mean, look, they've got the nice road going down to... they've got the road going down as well. Now, one of the problems with the photogrammetry stuff that Flight Sim does is they often over-egg the trees a bit. Like, there's often way more trees in photogrammetry cities than there probably should be. But you can see it looks way nicer now, London. There's the thing over there. I always forget its name. It looks way better. Obviously, it looks way better. And the thing I always have to comment with these things is, if you're flying over the city, even at this height, it looks absolutely fine. Absolutely perfect. You know, that looks absolutely perfect. I complain about stuff like down there because you're literally quite low coming into it and you can clearly see the floating bits. There's the BT Tower. There's Euston Station. You can see where HS2 is being built next to it. Euston Station's a big pile of shit. Watch Dogs, they didn't even bother to really put much effort into it, and I'm glad they didn't. Here's King's Cross St. Pancras, which looks quite good. Even close up, it looks quite good. You know, a lot of cranes. Photogrammetry struggles with cranes and stuff at the best of times, but Bing's maps is a bit crap. What control schemes are you using? Just to use my joystick. I've got a custom control scheme. Set it up the way I wanted it to, which is why it took me fucking ages to set it up again. So yeah, that's London. I mean, look, they've got there's the old Olympic Stadium, which is now West Ham. It's a football club. It's a football. They've added a lot of stadiums. Which is cool. I say the nicest thing about Flight Sim is that they're adding all this shit just for free. Arsenal, okay, cool, Arsenal. They've added, right, they've got Anfield Stadium. That's the Emirates Stadium, not Olympic. Well, it used to be the Olympic Stadium, didn't it? Where was the Olympic Stadium? Was the Olympic Stadium over here? I'll be honest, it's a slight area London I'm not familiar with. No, different location. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, they've added a bunch of stadiums, and in Liverpool, I checked Liverpool out briefly yesterday. Liverpool's quite funny because they've added Anfield, they've added the Liver building, but nothing else. And they've got Liverpool Airport there. But the weirdest thing is that one of the things I showed off last time I did this was that Liverpool has two very big cathedrals. Now, they've added a lot of custom cathedrals into the game. Oh, there's the Olympic Stadium. That's not a custom model. Oh, God. It's definitely not a custom model. Fucking hell. Eesh. Oy. Oy. Oof. That's fine from high up. So, yeah, they've added Anfield. And Liverpool's got two very famous big cathedrals. It's the only place in the world where there's two cathedrals on the same road. The same road, Hope Street. There is the Anglican Cathedral, which is a very old Protestant cathedral. And then there is the Metropolitan Cathedral, which is a very new Catholic cathedral. It's built in the 80s. Very impressive. Beautiful. Great. If you ever live in Liverpool, great tourist. The Anglican Cathedral is one of the largest cathedrals in the world. I think it's the third largest by internal volume and the seventh biggest overall. You know, it's one of the top 10 biggest cathedrals in the world. And depending on how you cut it, it's like in the top 3. Now, it's very obvious. It's on top of a hill. It's also the highest, it's the tallest non-spired cathedral because it's a tower. And you can go as a tourist to the very top of the tower, right? And it's on top of a hill. Like, it's the tallest cathedral that isn't spired. So it's on top of a hill. It's massive. Yet, it's not modern. They've modeled lots of other cathedrals in the country, but they've not modeled that one. They've not modeled that one. And it still looks like a weird block of flats. I'm going to fly down south then, because once you start up here. What's your favourite cathedral? It's honestly the Anglican Cathedral in Liverpool. I think it's one of my absolute favourite cathedrals, because it is absolutely... The best way I can describe it inside is cavernous. It is cavernous. Because a lot of cathedrals, they have these big spires that are more just roofing, and they're just meant to look good from the outside. The Anglican Cathedral is all internal. Its internal volume is massive. Also, Flight Sim does this a lot. And this seems like a bug which I wish they'd fix. Where there's just lines where clearly different data is being put together, and it's just... and there's just this big seam through the world. You know, like... Ugh. Yeah. There's an awkward thing of the way they're doing the world as well, because basically since the way they're rendering the world is through an AI software, basically looking at satellite imagery, it's looking at satellite imagery and going, okay, that's water, and then assigning it as a water texture. And it is just a texture. It's a very fancy texture, but that water is just a texture, functionally. It's not, like, physically simulating water. Which is why, if you fly quite low in a lot of areas, you'll notice the water just has height in a lot of places. It looks like the water has hills, which doesn't really make any sense. It doesn't really make any sense. There we go. And sometimes it's a bit distracting, but it's fine for the most part. Like, Flight Sim is... It's supposed to be so sunk. I don't think it is. Flight Sim is... That's weirdly sunk. These guys are fucking flawed immediately, that place. Yeah, it does like... The water does act like terrain. Sort of. Sort of. I mean, there are seaplanes in this, and they will land sort of properly. There's no water physics. The Flight Sim is basically... It's a lot of very clever technology. Sort of... doing some very clever things in a way that is kind of cheaty. You know. I don't think the land's supposed to be sunk around the Thames as much. It looks like the Thames is way higher than the rest of the land around it, and that feels like it's not right. Yeah, they follow hot. Like, Liverpool Cathedral is like, Anglican Cathedral in Liverpool is absolutely insane. Oh shit, thanks for subbing. Hoeg. Hoeg? Hoeg. Sure, fuck it. It's Hoeg79. Yeah, Flight Sim is a bunch of tech demos. Really good. And I have the same respect for Flight Sim as I do for Watch Dogs Legion. Granted, Legion's a better game, but because they're both trying to do something really fucking difficult. Like, Watch Dogs Legion's like, yeah, let's simulate every person in London. And I'm like, all right. And then this is like, hey, can we just simulate the whole world from, like, flat? From flat satellite data and use AI to just figure out what everything is and make it 3D. Yeah, all right. That's insane tech-wise, right? Absolutely insane tech-wise. And I have the utmost respect for it. And it is kind of a tech, but the thing is, like, that looks insane. I wonder about this is on medium. Because I don't know what computer is meant to run this on ultra. Oh, there are... there's 3 wind turbines just clipping into each other. That's fine. Sure, it'd be grand. That's totally how it looks. Yeah, so, like, this is the thing with Flight Simulator. So, I don't know what computer it's meant. It's got some terrible optimization issues. Most notably, again, I'm running on medium. I'm getting what? Let's open the... Oh, you can't see it on the stream, but I'm getting 45 FPS right now. 45. I'm on a 3090. And the thing is, Meerkat, it's not that it needs a lot of power, it's that it's badly optimized. So on a lower end PC, the performance isn't going to be that much worse. It's more that scaling up hardware doesn't make it much better, is how it is. You get 60, 70 FPS or so. Well, it depends where you are, Oblivion Creator. This is the thing. The problem I have with the performance in this game is that it's so inconsistent. Some places, I get fucking easily 100 FPS, especially if you're in the sky. If you're near to the ground in areas with a lot of photogrammetry or custom assets, especially somewhere like London where there's just a lot of stuff, it just lags. It just lags. It had a problem when it was... they've patched it now, but it had a problem early in release where it would... when it was loading, or in the downloading screen, there was no frame rate cap. So it would just use all of your GPU to just... It had no frame rate cap. So you'd be sat there with it downloading and it'd be using 100% of your GPU because it was like, oh, I can get 20,000 FPS on this. It's fine. It would just use the entire GPU to render 20,000 FPS on a still frame. Which was terrible. Well, yeah, Oblivion Creator's got it on the market. It's a single core game and it's running on DirectX 11, not 12. So they'll be able to patch performance as it goes on. It'll get better, but you know, we're sort of waiting. God, it was surprisingly stable. God, it's so pretty. Like, this game is just incredibly pretty. Like, I was trying to do a lot. My favorite thing is that oh god, I can't. I've moved forward in the cockpit and I can't remember how to move back with the controls. That, you see that display on the front? That is fully, that's a real thing. And that display is on its own more complex than old flight simulators were in the 90s. Which I love. Just leave. Ah, fuck. Also, this is the flight sim livery. They've got flight sim liveries for like all the things now as a free update. Which I quite like. I think it's cute. And there's Southend. Got a Southend. Because, you know, that was one of the things. Dan wanted to go see Southend because it was his home. And he was like, oh, where's Southend Pier? And they've got Southend Pier. You know? Oh, they make a single game in 2020. There's probably a reason for it, technically. And they'll just patch it later. Just to have a built-in movie. That's a good point, Poison Editor. It's no Stunt Island. It's no Stunt Island, I'll give it that. Ugh. Disgustingly pretty. I mean, honestly, putting everything on Ultra doesn't change it. I mean, admittedly, I have the clouds on Ultra. I will lower the other things to have the clouds on Ultra because, you know, it's a flight simulator, for fuck's sake. So I'll have the clouds on Ultra and I have light rays on Ultra and everything else is on medium. There's Southend Pier. Here we go. Here we go. Flew a Southend, innit? Right. There we go. Slow the fuck down a bit. Coming for a nice low pass. Yeah, as Flake said, there is DirectX 12 support coming and multi-core support coming, so hopefully we'll get a massive performance increase then. So here's Southend Pier. think it's one of the longest piers in the world, if not the longest. Feel free to correct me on that. Have me or Dan tried the VR spot yet? No, I haven't tried it. I don't know if Dan's tried it, but I've not, weirdly. The thing is, I kind of don't want to, because it already kind of wants like shit not in VR, so I feel like I'm just tempting fate trying to run it in VR. How do you launch this without Monaco Sport? They kind of said this was a live service type update thing and that they'd be adding to it, and I think it's launching in this state, while a bit crap, is Southend Pit. So this is a custom asset. Sadly, they don't have the little train pootling about down it. Oh, we're hitting lamppost. It's fine. Just above stall speed. Also, the reason I like flying this plane is because it's really nippy and nimble. It's not the fastest plane, but it's really nippy, really nimble, and it's got dual engines, and I've got dual throttle, so I like having individual throttle support. A train on a pier. Yeah, it's got a train to take you down the pier, because the pier is like a mile long. There's a little train that goes down it on the pier. This video, if you look it up on YouTube. There's the end of Southend Pier. And that's the arcade, and that's where the custom asset ends. And yeah, stall yourself. At Southend, if you're watching any of Dad Cube vlogs, you might recognize bits of it. I've only been there once, and it was nighttime. And then I left the next morning, so I didn't get much of a chance to explore. Is the theme park there? No. This is not photogrammetry, now. So what this bit of Southend is, and most places in the UK, this is all AI generated. All of it. Everything. Aside from that pier, everything's AI generated. Literally, all the game had was a flat satellite image of Southend, and it figured it all out. It has added roads with cars and trees and generated buildings from the shape of the buildings. It's figured out what the roofs of the building should look like, vaguely. It's added trees where it thinks it should be trees. It's added roads and snow and parks and lakes and rivers, right? And that is very impressive. That's incredibly impressive. You know, and the fact is, it has to do that for the entire world. Yeah, they have building data. So there's OpenStreetMaps and stuff, which has a lot of building elevation information. And they've kind of stuck that all together and put this in an AI model and went, hey, AI model, here's the entire world figured out. And the AI model went, oh, okay. And that's just incredible. Because that level of technology is so difficult. Because obviously you can't model the entire Earth like this by hand. That is insane. You can't do that. So that's just an incredible technical achievement to just make that, and making the flight model and making everything like it's hard. It'd be hard as shit to do that. Southend's got 2 stations and neither of them connect. It's really weird. Also, by the way, Hendleton, I want everyone to remind me when I finish the stream to remind me to raid someone, because the reason I never raid anyone at the end of my streams is because I usually finish my streams at like 4 a.m. and no one I know is streaming. But I'm going to be finishing this at like 6, 7. So there's going to be someone streaming. So please remind me if I don't. Shout at me when I'm finishing. Be like, like Southend, the thing is, something like this is fine because a lot of cities and towns don't have many distinctive buildings that are obvious from the air. They just don't. They just don't. And the game is focused on, especially in this update, adding distinctive buildings to cities, which I think is a good start. You know, I wish they'd done it in a bit more, you know, because, like, again, there's a lot of towns that have very tall, distinct buildings that don't have custom assets or don't look right at all. Again, like Liverpool Langton Cathedral. There's a lot of other cities that are like that. They've added the Humber Bridge, I know, which is very big, very famous bridge in Hull. There's a bit of a crosswind. What a Bournemouth looks like. So, hang on, let's... Right, now is the time where we need to figure out a flight path. So, I can zoom in and out of that. So, I want to point out, I've got real-time flight traffic on. So you see these other planes that are around. They're real planes that are in the world right now. There's one right there. You can see it's. You can just see its little light just above my mouse there. That's a real flight in the real world. Don't know what flight it is. Maybe I should have a look. So I don't have online traffic on, but that is a real flight. And And there's a lot of planes flying. There's more planes than I expect flying just around now. Let's look on Flight Radar. I think it's a little delayed. Can't open Flight Radar. It's just lagging with how many planes there are. That flight is... again, it's trying to get them right because I think they're a little delayed. I think that is a... I mean, that one to the south... You see that plane? This one? That is a Calita Air 747 from LAX to Brussels. I Flight Radar. I pay for Flight Radar Premium because I fucking love Flight Radar. Right, so one thing I'm going to do is I've heard Bristol's got some stuff, so I'm thinking I'm going to go across to Bristol and then up to Liverpool. I'm going to go like around this way, maybe sort of scoop down around Brighton and go up. So maybe just do a nice curve like that. Just curve around the south and then up. And then maybe, I don't know if Birmingham's got anything. I could snake around to Birmingham. I've heard they've added a lot of nice stuff to work. One of the things they have added, is they fixed the White Cliffs of Dover. You can turn the label to see that. Oh, interesting. No, they've added the White Cliffs of Dover properly, because previously the White Cliffs of Dover weren't cliffs; they were small inclines that weren't white. Birmingham is photogrammetry. Oh, okay. Do you really get much more from the paid version? You can fly history and stuff. I mean, it's the base free. I don't like... And the thing is, my thing is if I like something enough and it's ad supported, my attitude is I will pay for an ad-free version. Always. I like supporting things and I don't like ads. You know, it's a service I like. I'm happy to pay a couple of quid a month for it. Do the White Cliffs of Dover have theme music playing? No, but I can add it. Where exactly are the White Cliffs of Dover? And that's a stupid question. I've never been. How's that fly right? Admittedly. So, okay, chat, here's a question. I've chosen this plane because it's nippy and it's nimble, right? And I like the dual throttle. I like being able to power down one engine. But this is not very fast. Its top speed is like, what, 200 knots. Which isn't very fast. So, I could switch to an aircraft that can go double the speed. And we can get around a bit easier. Not a Learjet. I wouldn't go in a jet. I'd go in one of the default planes is just a single prop aircraft, which is really good. Is their Concorde. There is not Obega. The thing is, though, these flight simulators, and it's always the key point. These are platforms. They're always platforms. Rather than they're platforms. So if you want a Concorde in it, you can probably buy a Concorde from somewhere. There's going to be some... There's a big industry around making content for flight simulators, and if you want different planes, you can probably get them somewhere. You know, you can buy them somewhere. You can fucking... There might be free mods for them. Like, there's always... Evil Burp, there will always be the planes. I don't know. I haven't added any planes to this. And I don't know I don't know how the flying model would work in Supersonic. I haven't looked into it. The thing is, I've not messed with this game much. I've not tried to, really. Like, there's people with more experience than me who will. I don't think I'm going that slow. I mean, how long would a flight kind of take? So normally, right, my base for a flight time is like Liverpool to Dublin, right? Which is like half an hour in a 737. So I think they fly about 3 times the speed of me. So how long would it take me to cover that distance? Probably a while. Yeah, I'm going to switch planes. Because I don't want this stream to go on for the 70 hours. I'm going to switch planes, and I'll start in Southend again. So, yeah, it's a medium with clouds and ultra. All the UK airports in this, you know. Every airport in the world is in it, but they're not all modeled correct. They're not all modeled accurately. Now, here's a fun thing about the airports. Every single airport in the world that's in this game has had manual touches to it of some description. They got people to go over and like do all the markings and stuff for every airport. And you can see, right, airports that have custom models have little stars. Yeah, so there, look, Liverpool Airport has a star because it's got a custom model. This random airport's got a star because it's a custom model. You know, that airport has a star because it's a custom model. Weirdly, it's weird that out of all the airports in the UK that they custom modeled, it was just this one Liverpool and this random Barton, and then this one. Don't get it. Really don't. Because Donegal and Heathrow were in it from the... They're part of the Ultimate Edition. I want to point out, this is a code. I got this as a code when it came out. But you can, as I say, you can get packs. You can buy airports. Like, London City Airport is modeled, but there is an Orbex custom London City Airport, which is really well modeled. And one of the reasons you don't get all this stuff default in it, A, is because it's impossible. B, there is a huge industry around doing stuff for these games. So, like, effectively, if you want more stuff in these games, you have to pay for it. Because it turns out modeling a plane to the accuracy that these are really hard. It's pretty difficult. It's pretty difficult. And expensive. So, I never think it's bullshit, because this is, again, it's a flight simulator. And it's trying to be a game. It's a game as well, but it's a simulator. It's Manchester modeled. I don't know if it's got photogrammetry. I think there's 4 cities with photogrammetry. And London and Birmingham, I know, are it. They haven't done Liverpool. I don't think I'm gonna assume they've not done it anywhere in Ireland, because if they've not, I know they've not done Dublin. So it is a bit like train simulators, Crisps. Like, but the thing I always like to stress with flight sims over train sims is that planes are complicated as fuck, right? Trains are fairly complicated, but planes, you're modeling so many things on them. And you're modeling all of these internal advanced systems and their flight dynamics and the prop dynamics and the fuel and they're so complicated to properly model. Here we go. Let's lock my throttles together so I've got one nice throttle. There we go. Right. Now I'm in a faster plane. A much faster plane. This is the default plane the game sort of always tries to give you. It is quite nippy and quite it's a nice little plane, but I prefer something with twin engines. I like myself some twin engines, damn it. And it'd be nice to have proper like missions in this. I mean, there are landing challenges and stuff like that I find really fun. And again, they've always said with this game, it's a platform. Oh. Why did I lose thrust there? It's a platform. And they're intending to add stuff over time, which I think makes it good. Especially if you've got it on Game Pass, it's a good value. You know. Like. Ugh. Where are you now? I mean, this is just Southend again, where I was before I switched planes. That's Southend here again. I just start where I was. You really hoping that in a few years' time we can model the world to live actually think we also drive around? I feel like we'll probably get there. Honestly. We'll probably get there. We'll get there. Something I love about Flight Sim and Watch Dogs Legion is they feel like pioneers, and that's why I'm so enamored with them, because it feels like they're pushing the boat out, trying to do something really new. Oh shit! How did it do that? Uh oh. What are my controls? Scooby Doo. Well, I'm down here now, apparently. Shit. Oh, bother. Oh, shit. Which button? That one. No. That one. Oh. God damn it. Shit, come back. Shit. I mean, I can fly like that. Oh, I can use the arrow keys to move up and down. Well, that doesn't help me at all. I can see the rudder pedals. Let's move my rudder. I like there's a USB port for charging my iPad. A joke, but that's not a joke. A lot of flights use iPads now as flight things. How do I get out of this? What's the button? Spacebar. No. Oh. I mean, it's making me appreciate how needlessly detailed the cockpit is. Right. Ooh. Ah. Well, I've put a timer on now, so that's nice. Speed bugs. Oh, fuck. All these little computer systems are fully simulated, and it's kind of... They scare me a bit. Like, all this shit scares me a bit. Oh. Great, I can unfog the windshield. Okay. Open mic. Oh, oxygen mask. Oh, fuck me. How do I... Okay, I'm not crashing. Shouldn't be worried about me crashing. I can see the map. Why do they bother putting an AC? They put in everything. It's a simulator. They're simulating people go really serious into these things. And the reason I like flying these smaller planes rather than the big jets is because big jets are really fucking complicated. They're complicated as fuck. And they're not very maneuverable. They're not very fast. And jets, I tend to avoid in flight simulators because jets ramp up slower than props. You know, I like being able to go, oh shit, I need speed, throttle up, and then my speed's just there immediately, rather than with a jet where it goes, whoa, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna crash. It goes, whoa, and I'm like, I'm gonna crash, and whoa, and I crash. The AC simulates quite a bit of team up. Yep. It simulates weather properly. I mean, great. But this is the thing. This is the thing with flight sim is that it's made for sim people. Like, it's made for sim nerds, right? But also they went, oh, we could probably make this accessible to, like, you know, normal players. Okay, there's the sea. And they just did, and I liked that they did that, you know? Are there any arcade just flying ground games? I mean, there's a ton of other flight simulators. There's Aerofly FS. There's still X-Plane, which is another just big flight sim. There's the Ace Combat games, which are just really arcadey flights combat games. What's the other one? Yeah, and unlike train simulators, is that, you know how train simulators is basically one? It was technically three, but it's basically one. Whereas flight sims, I mean, there's Flight Sim 10, there's this flight sim, there's X-Plane, there's Aerofly, there's DCS, thank you Silent Shark, that's DCS, the proper combat simulation. I mean, that's the one that Dan did years ago where he just started on the ground in an A10 and was like, let's figure out how to take it off, and it took an hour. You know, and they are properly simulating combat. I mean, you know, the idea, one of my favorite things about DCS is I when I got this flight stick, this Warthog, Thrustmaster Warthog one, it's an A10 stick, so it's meant to be paired with DCS, right? With the A10 TCS pack, because it's the same plane. So I opened that one, okay, this feels like what I have to test it on. But then what scares me about that fucking game is, you know how, like, in a video game, when you want to fire a missile at something, you press a button, then you press A and you fire a missile. In an actual plane, if you want to fire a missile, it's a fucking very involved process. I wasn't surprised by that, but, you know, it's you know, it's like, okay, you've got to open the targeting computer, and I'm like, right, and you've got to go to settings, and I'm like, okay. Then I'm having to, like, and then by the time I finally got into the targeting computer and, like, set it up so I could fire it, I fucking went so far past what I was supposed to bomb. And fucked off. Like, it's terrifying. So I don't. I'm looking at. Let me have a look, because Orbex and Flight Sim have sales for stuff UK packs. Let's have a look. Europe. So yeah, for Flight Sim, right, you can buy airports. So London City Airport, for example, the one that I don't have installed at the moment, but I bought it on sale. That's... Why is it showing it in me? Oh, yeah, overspeed yourself, love. I have crashes off and everything because I find it annoying. So it's showing me... Can I look? Sorry, I'm looking at Orbex and it's giving me the prices in Australian dollars, which, I'll be honest, is not useful. Okay. The London City Airport is eight quid on sale for an airport. And that's a fully simulated airport. It's 8 quid. It's pricey. It's an airport. Oh, they've got John Lennon Airport now as well. Oh my god, they've simulated the Yellow Submarine. But the thing is, I'm less tempted to buy that now because Flight Sim have one as well. Although they actually have rented buses. I might buy that. They've got London Southend Airport, Leeds Airport, Newcastle Airport, Dundee Airport, Wycombe Airport. Oh, they've got Dublin Airport. Gothenburg, Stockholm. You can buy a lot of airports. Oh, shut up. Innsbruck, Salzburg, Vienna. They're expensive. They're like 10 quid each, 15 quid each. We're not going to France, no. We're going to see the White Cliffs of Dover, then we're turning around. And then they have that London Landmark pack, which I'm hoping is a bit better now. But they've got a Paris City pack now as well. And a Moscow. I'm going to have a look at that London City pack again, because I hope there's an update out for it. I hope they've patched it and made it better, because loads of people were complaining about it. But admittedly, that London City pack is it's £4. Honestly, it's fine. It's worth it. I'm going to have to buy a few things. I have to buy Dublin Airport. This is Kent, not France. I'm not going to France. White Cliffs of Dover. They should be around here somewhere. Well, we're not going to France because we're looking at the UK update. It's a bit redundant, isn't it, to go to France? Right. So there should be the White Cliffs of Dover somewhere around here. There's cliffs here. They've modelled them, is the thing. I think you can turn the wrong way for the cliffs. I don't know. I've never been. I don't know where the fuck... Hang on. So I've got a map. I'm going to get my phone out. Right. It's not an evil bub. You can tell because they're not white. You know why the White Cliffs of Dover are called the White Cliffs of Dover, chat? It's because they're fucking white. No, it's around here. It's around here. According to a map. Yeah, they're made of chalk. Like, they're fucking white. Apparently, yeah. Apparently, if you keep going this direction, I think I'll find them. They're right on the cusp. They're right on the, like, there's a turn coming up. You can see that where it's turning to the left and going north. That's supposedly, according to the map, where they are. Apparently, they're closed. They could close some cliffs, but you know. Right by the port. Okay, they should be there. I think that's them, just round the bend there. Right next to the Dover together. Well, fuck off. Look, I've never been. I've only been to the Cliffs of Moher, right, which are in Ireland. The better England. Right. What's a bit quiet? Yeah, it's Brexit. It's Brexit and COVID. You can see how they struggle with cliffs. Like that there is a cliff that's been generated. You can see how... Oh! So, that was how the White Cliffs of Dover looked. And that's how they look now, because it's just loaded suddenly in the handmade model. There they are. Yeah, they're white and distinct. That's a nice model. They've had to custom hand do that model, which I think is probably difficult for a cliff. But you see, they've not done all of it. But you could see briefly there, and you can see there as well, what they look like before. Because the game doesn't really... It has elevation data, but it doesn't really know how to do the textures properly. How to piss everyone in the second sense? I'm just better England. It is just better England. Like... you know. Fuck you. Oh, God, I was going to see it from the inside of the plane, but that's all I can see. Okay. 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 And... Oh, fuck! Oh, it's fine. That's fine. They're not there. There's an Niagara Falls probably modeled. Originally, they weren't. I've heard... They had a big USA update a few months back. And they added Niagara Falls in. However, the game can't simulate waterfalls. It can't simulate running water. But they looked crap, and now they look a lot better. They still don't look like flowing waterfalls, but they look a lot better. And they look fine from the sky. Yeah. I didn't know there was the port was literally next to the White Cliffs of Dover. I've barely been down south is the thing. Is Niagara Falls better reflecting than Innocent Crew? Well, yeah, it'll look the right size at the bare minimum. It won't just be a small fucking... It's like... In the Crew 2, it was a small waterfall. A fort. Is it a fort? Oh, a fort. Right. There's a bit of a crosswind. See, you can see there's a crosswind. Because you see how my plane's not centered? It's like turning to the left a bit. Crosswind. Beachy Head map. What's Beachy Head? I was going to go to Brighton. Tour around the south. God, that sun's beautiful. I realise I might change the time later because, you know, it is 4:30 and it's real time. And the sun sets quite early. Because a lot of people, I know it's a stupid thing to say, but right. Especially, but you might not, a lot of people forget, right, is that the UK is really far north. Incredibly far north. Like, it's deceivingly far north. Oh, what the fuck is that? It's incredibly far north. And it's just, we don't have a climate of a country that far north just due to the way the Atlantic currents work. We should be much colder, but we're not. However, we still have the effects of being very far north in terms of sunlight, which is why in the winter the sun sets very early, and in the summer the sun sets very late. I mean, in the winter the sun sets at like 4:30, and in the summer the sun's up till almost like 9, 10 at night. We're incredibly northern, so like it's yeah. People often forget that, I think, when talking about the UK, because climate-wise, it's not very yeah, if you go to the very north of the UK, very north of Scotland, it will never get properly dark at certain points of the year. Like, yeah, it's forget about the UK all the time. How the fuck do I get out of this view? Oh, just rub the VFR map. Wait, oh fuck. Wait, shit, just opened a different window. Wait, okay, how do I wait? Oh fuck. Okay, wait, hang on. I need to sorry. I need to wait, I need to, oh, fuck's sake. Wait. Oh, fuck. Wait, camera. Oh, bother. That's that one. Sure. I don't know what the button does. What does the button do? I don't know. What does it do? Reset. It's already set to reset cockpit view. Liar. Fine. Save. Back. Resume. Please work now. Please work. Doesn't work! Doesn't work! Try shift space or control space. Shift space. Oh, I should mean to be in the car. Oh, that worked. Thank you. Yeah, see, effectively, I can move. I've got it set up not quite right, clearly. Because, like, I've got, like, on my left thumb, I've got, like, a little joystick thing on the thing. And if I move it left, I look left, right, look right, behind looks behind me. But in hindsight, I don't really need to look behind me. That seems a bit redundant. And then forward. Does it have ray tracing? No, it does not. They're apparently going to be adding ray tracing at some point, but it's... Again, ray tracing is not something all games need or would even make them better. Like, the lighting in this game already looks amazing. It doesn't need ray tracing. You know. The same way Watch Dogs doesn't actually have ray tracing. It just has ray traced reflections and nothing else. The lighting is baked in standard. You know, ray tracing looks great in a lot of games, and it can transform some games and give them a really sharp look, especially with reflections. But it doesn't need it for a lot of games, especially in a game like this where dynamic lights aren't that big of a thing. In a game like Minecraft, where it's building, dynamic lights are a big thing, but in this... Oh yeah, Cyberpunk's ray tracing is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Me and Dan have it turned off. Like, I turned it off. I showed it on stream where I had it on and off, and I was showing the difference. And honestly, it looked better with it off. And Dan's played loads of it, and he ended up turning it off as well. Which is saying something, because we're fucking on 3090s. And if we're turning fucking ray tracing off, who the fuck has ray tracing on? Who an airport? Wait. Yeah, that's fine. Right. Calming in. Bleeding a lot more speed off by doing ridiculous turns. Wasn't the ray tracing like really broken? Yeah, that's why we turned it off. But again, as Dan says, is that going to be fixed? Or is it Deadpool? And So I'm just trying to get my speed down. There we go. Oh, I'm still a bit fast. And nice and smooth. I'm coming to the end of the runway. Whoops. Nice smooth landing. Come on. Come on. I'm at the end of the runway. I mean, at this point, I'd have bought landing, but and drift off the runway just like you want to. There we go. Absolutely perfect. Never fly a real plane. Meerkat, I have genuinely flown a real plane before. Like, genuinely. Did you land the plane? Well, no. Landing is the hardest thing. I mean, I did flight lessons. I did some flight lessons when I was a bit younger. Just better as reverse thrust. Yeah, but I can't remember how I turned it on. Again, I kind of hastily reset up my settings, and honestly, I couldn't remember a lot of ones, and I don't think I set up everything correctly. Yeah, I did flight lessons because I wanted to be a pilot. I wanted to be a pilot when I was younger. It was a little Cessna, yeah. It was a flight. It was a flying lesson. You can buy them. you can buy flying lessons, just like you can buy car driving lessons. They're expensive, which is only what I did 2. Out of curiosity, I did 2, and it was a gift. You know, it wasn't meant to be like a regular thing, and it was more to get a taste for it and see if I actually really liked it. I mean, when I said this years ago, this was probably like a decade ago now. And yeah, I remember liking the flying bit, but then I want to point out about 3/4 of the entire lesson. Well, actually, not 3/4. Probably more like. Probably more like 2/3 of the entire lessons weren't you flying. They were you sat in a room looking at shots. And that is a lot of flying. And I remember doing that and going, yeah, I hate this. And I left. You can pay €90 an hour for experience. We get a couple. Yeah, you can do them as experiences as well. And yeah, I air cadets. I had family members who were in the air cadets. I never went because military thing. But yeah, you can get them. I mean, a lot of wannabe pilots end up going into the Air Force, or they end up going into the Air Force because they obviously give you training. Flying's really difficult. Like, the thing is, flying, the actual act of just flying something, isn't that hard, right? Like, on its own, right? The idea of just the basic shit that you do in a flight simulator, you know, like just your flaps, your trim, just actually moving the aircraft around, by itself isn't that difficult. The difficult bit of flying is everything else. It's the fact you have to have thousands of hours and you have to simulate every fucking emergency and you have to fucking know exactly what to do in any situation. You have to be able to think on your feet. You have to be able to improvise. If things go wrong, you have to be able to know how to do all the procedures. You have to be able to know how to talk to every airport. You have to know how to deal with every specific landing and flying situation. You must know where the limits of the aircraft are, your limits are, all the charts, planning your flights, everything. That's the hard bit of flying. That's the hard bit of flying. And that was what put me off it, honestly. Sounded like a lot of hard work. Oh, yeah, my mother was a flight attendant when she was younger. On TriStar, on a Lockheed TriStar, which is a fucking really advanced one, like the most advanced fucking trijet there ever was. You don't have to do everything about the Buck Pendleton. I mean, the thing is, you have to, obviously, there's checklists for every situation, but a lot of emergencies that happen in the air aren't in checklists, and you have to improvise a bit. You have to be able to go, okay, this thing's wrong, how am I going to deal with this? And some of the best pilots that have been known are those who've went, okay, the checklist has nothing for this, what do I do? And being able to think about it and figure it out, and being able to think about it. I mean, Sully, Captain Sullenberger, infamously, landing that jet on the Hudson. You take off, you have an immediate engine failure, And you have to be able to go, well, fuck, right. Like, they tried to do some of the checklists, didn't really have quite time. They were like, oh, where do you want to land? He's like, I'm fucking below the buildings, mate. Like, ah, shit. You know. And that's honestly something about flying that's just incredibly difficult and incredibly... Yeah, that's the thing. But most pilots will never do that. But you just have to know how. You have to know how. And that's why pilots are still a thing. Even though autopilots are actually, effectively flying the plane 99% of the time, you need a pilot there who can go, right, I can just figure it out. That's what they're there for. They're there as basically the backup, right? They're there as the human element. And it's their responsibility. I mean, I've watched and read a lot of things about. I mean, I was speaking about yesterday. Was that amazing video of this I don't know what aircraft it was, but it was a standard dual engine jet. I don't know if it was a 737 or an A19, an A319 or what. But like the engine cowling was just all gone. You could see fire coming out of it, and it was rattling around. And I'm looking at that going, oh, that's amazing footage. It was a 777. Fucking hell, that engine. Fuck, that's insane. Because those engines are like the biggest fucking engines as well. Jesus. But it was amazing footage. You're watching it. And because I've just read and watched a huge amount of things about just various air crashes and investigations into them and like why and how. And I'm just fascinated. I'm fascinated how, like, one of the things that scares me about engine failures like that is that oftentimes the pilots aren't aware to the extent of what's happened. There's been air crashes that have happened where the pilots have they've heard a clunking noise, and then they see on their instruments, oh, the left engine's like stopped working, and they can't see the engine. So there's been ones where they've just assumed it's like, oh, we'll just try and restart it. It must have flamed out. Or there's a bit of fire or whatever. But in fact, the engine has completely exploded and it's like a fucking mangled mess on the side of the thing, dragging the left side. And often, and there's so many instances of passengers looking out the window going, are the pilots not being actually aware of it? And I don't know how the regs have changed for whether, there's been instances where flight attendants have just assumed the pilots knew about it. And I don't know how I assume the regs have changed. Wouldn't the drag show up on readings? Yeah, but again, if all you know is your engine stopped working and your plane's pulling to the left a bit, that could just be the engine being off, right? Because the plane's going to rotate around anyway with one engine not working, and you're kind of having to figure that out. And a lot of times, pilots are just trying to figure out what the fuck's going on and end up getting confused, going, wait, hang on, what? And then, surely the plane's computers can notice the actual engine being missing. Oftentimes it's not missing. It's not like it's fallen off. A lot of these, all these air crashes have really specific reasons something's happened. And it's fascinating to learn about them. Absolutely fascinating. And it's amazing to get footage like that of that plane the other day. Absolutely incredible footage. You never really get footage like that. I highly recommend. I mean, one of the things that got me into that kind of ththing was the show Air Crash Investigation. It's called Mayday in the US. It was a National Geographic show. I had to because you can't buy it anywhere. I remember to watch it years ago and I had to download it from a suspicious source because there was nowhere to buy it. And and I remember that really getting me into it. And since then, they're really good. It's a really good show actually. They dramatized a bit and they have a full recreation and they talk to Air Crash Investigators and they do it all. It's a really good show. And they speak to all the experts and they're really going over how, not only how the crash happened, but then how it's investigated. And that is just so interesting. Absolutely just so interesting. And I've read a lot about them and they're fascinating. And every air crash has some really specific reason it failed. Some really specific. It's usually, every air crash is usually a series of very minor things. Right? A series of very, almost insignificant seeming things. Just a small series of them. And it usually amounts up to something big. Which is fascinating. And, God, I love that. It's so fun in a terrifying way. I mean, one of the horrifying things about it is, you know, sometimes it's like, oh, yeah, this is like a fucking what? It's like, oh, here's a DC-10. And it slams to the ground just completely vertical into a house. And it's like, oh, we had to declare the site a biohazard site because it's basically 200 humans worth of bodies just, you know, in a space like the size of a house. Which sounds absolutely harrowing. Like, oh, that sounds just harrowing. Absolutely terrifying. Like, I just... The people in the plane's one thing. It's usually most established people in planes, usually when sort of that happens, the people pass out before they even die. But usually I'm sat there going, the air crash investigators are like, yeah, I threw up a few times. And I'm like, yeah, no, I can see why. Like, all right, yep. Oh, what's that? It's like 300 people, 300 bodies. Oh, what's this one? Oh, this is a plane full of school children. Oh, cool. What happened? Oh, it burned. And it exploded on the ground. And there's a big pile of school body. You know, a father of one of the school kids came to look around and they found their body, their daughter's body just lying in a field. I'm like, oh, that's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. But it's fascinating simultaneously. Terrifying, but fascinating simultaneously. You know, but this is the thing about air crashes. Ooh, thank you for the 25 tales. You might say we enjoy the report of the Space Challenge of Columbia. Oh, I've watched a lot about Challenge of Columbia. Watched a lot about that. They're fascinating as well. If you watch too many episodes, you get scared of flying, Sasuke. So here's the thing, and I'm going to retort to that. I was scared of flying, and then I watched a lot of aircraft investigation, and then it made me not scared of flying. Which I know sounds slightly antithetical to it, but the thing is, watching that show, A, made me appreciate the complexity and how serious people take planes. B, how safe they actually are. And C, just like understanding how they work. Because the thing is, yeah, it says from air travel that every minor incident triggers a major investigation. That's the thing. Air crashes are incredibly rare. Like, you're more likely to be injured from just walking down the street than you are in a plane. Because planes are just the safest, one of the safest things in the world. And they have so many safety precautions in them. And they're the safest things in the world. And knowing about how these air crashes are investigated, one of my favorite things about air crashes is that every air crash that happens, something is changed about the airline industry to make that thing never happen again. You know? It's like, oh, what's this? Oh, this happened. Oh, okay, well, oh, why did this happen? Okay, so we'll just change everything. Why did this plane crash? Oh, you know, there was an incident where a plane on the runway in Manchester. Oh, this place is cool. Look at that. That'd be a cool place to live in a fucking cool quay next to a fucking cliff. That's gorgeous. What's that? Alright, this is Brighton. There's Brighton. Here's Brighton Pier. Is that modelled? That looks like a custom model, Brighton Pier. So I got slightly distracted by the pier. Boop. Oh yeah, it's a custom model. That's quite nice, that actually. Looks really good. Even a little roller coaster and stuff. It's not like that's very nice, that actually. Yeah. Is this Brighton? Yeah, it's Brighton Pier. I've been to Brighton. That's really nice. That looks like exactly like Brighton Pier. That looks really good. We got that thing over there. There we go. Did you see the game Tin Can that John covered where you have to repair a space skateboard on the fly as it breaks around you? I haven't. That sounds really good. And they've done that. That's a model as well, clearly. You can tell it's a model because it wouldn't look that good if it wasn't. That's weird. I haven't been on that. I really want to go on that. It's this weird, like, orbiting thing that goes up and you get a really good view of Brighton. I was only able to spend a few hours in Brighton. Nice. It's a nice town. Yeah, shut up. Okay, pulling up. You're gonna stall in a minute, mate. Right. What was I saying? Oh, the plane crash. So, like, Yeah, there was an air accident on Manchester Airport, decades ago. And it's plane on the ground, British Airways plane on the ground, 737. Started going down the runway. They heard a clunk. One of the engines stopped giving power. They aborted takeoff. They stopped. They taxied off the runway and they stopped to evacuate the plane. Half the plane died. How did half the plane die? What ended up happening was because it was the slight wind. When he turned off the runway, he wasn't aware that the engine was just on fire, leaking fuel that was just leaving a trail of fire. And he turned to the right, which meant the fuel sort of turned around the back of the aircraft and the wind was blowing in the direction of the aircraft just slightly. And it meant that the back door wasn't working. The back evacuation doors weren't working because they were covered in flames. Everyone had to go out the front doors. And they realized when they were doing the air crash investigation that A, people don't leave the aircraft in an orderly fashion usually. And B, the bulkhead, if you've been in a plane, when you come through the door and you turn to the right and you go to the aisle, you go through a little kind of set, like a bulkhead, right? You go through like a little corridor before you get to the cabin, usually. And what that crash established was A, the width of that little bit was too small, right? Only one person can get through that at a time. So it was mandated that could change. And the biggest thing that air crash investigation did was, if you've ever been in a plane, the classic line, there are strips on the floor that will guide you in the case of darkness, that will illuminate in case of darkness to guide you to the nearest exit. That was from that air crash. That was from that crash because people basically asphyxiated to death. People just suffocated to death at the back of the plane from smoke inhalation. It's a really fun stream. Just talking about a lot of people dying in planes. I'm like, planes are really safe. And I'm like, oh, here's all these stories about how people horribly died. But basically, the amount of lessons from that air crash meant that can't happen again. That just can't happen again. Like, if that same accident happened today, everyone would get out. Fine. Because we have updated our regulations and our rules, and we've updated the safety of every aircraft. We changed the layout of aircraft, the safety features of every aircraft to stop that happening again. And every air crash does that. Absolutely does that. It probably can't be training right now. The thing is, though, that's happened once, and then they took loads of steps to stop it happening, and it's never happened again. So, and it's so fascinating. Learning about those things made me feel so much safer on a plane, knowing about all of these safety features that were in place and why and how much research went into them. And one of the things they did is on a big passenger aircraft, one of the things they have to do is they have to prove that everyone on the plane can evacuate the plane via only half the doors in, I think, 90 seconds. I think it's 90 seconds. It's around that period. It's like 1 to 2 minutes. And they realized from that accident in Manchester that the way they were testing it, like when they were testing it, when they were getting when they were passing the regulations, they realized that it was just a load of people orderly sat in the plane, and then they were told to evacuate, and then they orderly evacuated. But they realized from that accident that real people, if there's a fire and there's loads of smoke in the cabin and they're all screaming and running for their lives, generally speaking, aren't leaving in an orderly fashion. Right? And there was a psychologist who did the test again. And to try and emulate that level of franticness, she basically offered 100 quid to the first, 20 people off the plane. And then suddenly it was a frantic dash, and they went, oh shit. And they realized people got stuck in the bulkheads, and that's how they learned from it. And that updated it, because, that's why air crash investigations are so interesting, because it's never just... It's usually this big combination of just psychology and sociology and engineering and physics and fucking technology, and it's just this... It mixes all of them, It's like, if any of you watch CSI, right? CSI's bullshit for actual how crimes are investigated. But you like I used to like it because it's just a fun investigation. But aircraft investigation is that, but real. And also it's like, hey, yeah, here's some cool engineering facts. Also, it's a fucking plane. Like, it's so cool. It's so cool. That's why you should never wear high heels to play. Well, it's why they say if there's an evacuation or there's and safeguards, if we are doing an emergency landing or anything, you take your high heels off and you don't wear them. That's what they always say. If you're wearing fucking high heels or big steel toe boots or anything, you take them fucking off and before the plane even lands. As a generalized rule. Like, I'm so interested. If you ever get a chance to watch them, they're really worth watching. They're so interesting, Air Crash Investigation. They really got me into it. And I still think now they're really good. I still watch them on occasion. They're really interesting. And it made me... If you watch a couple of them and you're scared of flying, it will probably make you more scared of flying. But what I found is the more of them I watched, the less scared I got. It was like a fucking curve. It went up and then it went down. Because I was like, as I watched more of them, I was like, oh! And I was thinking, because I flew all the time. I haven't flown in a couple of years, but I used to fly all the time because I was going back and forth to Dublin constantly. You know, I've been on probably about 1,000 flights in my life. And I remember every time I'd be nervous on takeoff. And I remember after watching all of them, I just remember getting in a plane and not having a single twinge of anxiety at all. Aside from, oh, cool, the engine's spooling, you know. You say, lucky gambler. It's not a Ryanair flight. It's not. You love being crammed into a plane for 30 minutes. Although, admittedly, Ryanair do have nice 737s. And at least the flight from Liverpool to Dublin is 30 minutes from takeoff to landing. Like, it's really short. So admittedly, you're on the plane longer on the ground. But, you know, it's a dealable length of time. There's no flight Wi-Fi or anything. That's only really on nicer planes, I've noticed. Although something I remember doing on a Ryanair flight once is that there was a period where they were trying to, because on Ryanair, if you've ever flown Ryanair in Europe, which is a low-cost carrier, effectively you have to pay a huge amount to put your luggage in the hold. It's like 30 quid a bag or something. But the ticket costs less than that, right? So no one puts their luggage in the hold unless they really have to. So everyone brings on hand luggage that they put in the bin, so they have to be a certain size. But it got to a point where since everyone was doing that, there wasn't enough goddamn space in the plane. So they did a thing for a while, and still do it on occasion, where when you're about to board the plane, literally on the tarmac, someone will be like, hey, can I put that back? Like, these people stood there, and they'd be like, hey, can we put the bag in the hold? And you're like, all right. And they take the bag from you, and they just literally put it in the hold. But there's been several times they've done that. Bye, Sounds Dude. What I always found funny is they were like, oh, you can't have your... Like, I always brought a laptop with me, and they're like, you can't put your laptop in the hold. Which is fair. What was that? Hang on, is that boat gonna fucking hit that island? Oh, no, I should stop. Like... So they made me take my laptop out of the bag. Didn't have another bag, so I'm just carrying my laptop onto the plane on its own. I don't know where to put it. And I'm like, so I just have it on me? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. And like, don't put it in the bins above because it'll get damaged. I'm like, right, so I should just keep it on my lap. And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, that seems really sketchy, but okay. And I just remember getting out of the plane at Dublin Airport on the tarmac, just holding my laptop for dear life and walking through the terminal, waiting to get my fucking bag so I could put it somewhere. But because of that flight, I just had my laptop on my lap the whole time. And I remember I just opened it up immediately. And I did the flight from Liverpool to Dublin on X-Plane while we were doing it in real life. You don't get where sharps and liquids are banned, but lithium-ion batteries are ever allowed. Well, because sharps and liquids are often used to make bombs, whereas lithium-ion batteries generally aren't. Is this port? Where's that? That's a custom asset. This is Bournemouth. That's the Isle of Wight in front of me, isn't it? It's Portsmouth. There we go. I knew that. Yeah, that's the Isle of Wight. Yeah, that's the Isle of Wight. There's the Isle of Wight. You know what's funny? Right, in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, they have the whole of England, right? But it's scaled down so much that the whole of England in Assassin's Creed Valhalla is smaller than the real Isle of Wight. Which is that island. Stupid. Where are we going? I'm just flying around looking at bits of London. I think now I'm gonna head I got here faster than I expected. I want to go to Bristol. And then I'm going to go north to Liverpool. Yeah, it's Portsmouth. I've barely been down to the south. I've only been to Brighton. The only place on the south coast I've been. Forget it from being from the north. So it's surprisingly difficult to get to the south. It takes fucking ages because the trains there are just shockingly bad. They have nicer trains, but like they're just worse and slow. Is this game 1-1? Yeah, it's the whole Earth 1-1. It's the point. It's the point of it. Okay, let's go to Bristol. The sun is setting. It is weird for the sun to be setting in the game when I can see out my window. It's like, oh yeah. Our train's actually better up north. No, they're worse, but simultaneously better. It's weird. Train lines up north are more mature, so are more antiquated. So we have older trains and worse lines. However, more of them, and it takes less time to get everywhere. Whereas in the south, you have better trains with newer lines, but they're not very matured, so it just takes ages for some reason, and they're really expensive. It's a bit odd. Portsmouth is actually some places are, but like, for example, I've wanted to go to Bristol for ages, but for me to go to Bristol, I have to take it takes me 2 hours to get to London, and 3 hours from London to Bristol. It's a shorter distance. Come to Scotland on trains. I mean, I've been to Scotland loads, and I've been on a ton of nice ScotRail trains. Absolute ton of nice ScotRail trains. Where is? What heading is that? Let's just turn until I'm vaguely pointing the right direction, because I can't follow the coast like I was there. That's about right. Yeah. Say 305 degrees. That'll do. All right. That'll do. That's close enough. Put the trim. After I put trim like in a really easy place to put it because I realized trim is so important. Honk if Thatcher's did. Ding dong, wicked witch, Thatcher's did. Would have thought Liverpool, Sutton, Portsmouth is better than Liverpool, Bristol, Portsmouth. Probably. I mean, getting right. One of the reasons I like Liverpool is because it's really easy to get everywhere. Like Liverpool is, I mean, Liverpool to Manchester was the first public railway route in the world, right? So it's no surprise that we have good train networks. It's the first place a train route was ever built. There's an airport. I just fancy London. It's fine. It's fine. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. It's probably completely fine. I won't forget. No, I'm definitely not going to forget my landing gear. I'm glad I don't have over G on because, oh my god. And that's why I like these little prop planes, because I can just be like, fuck you, and bleed. There we go. Let a lot more speed off there. And again, if you do that in a real plane, it would just shear the wings off. But thankfully, I've got that off. Right. I'm a bit slower. I'm going a bit faster, we'll say. And touch. Ooh. Not quite understand. I need rudder pedals. Doing the rudder with this little tiny nub's really annoying. I don't have quite enough fine control. I'm on the grass. Look how needlessly good the grass looks. And the grass is only on medium. Right. I can't remember how I put thrust reversers on. I can't remember what the button is. I should check. Actually, you know what? I'll check. No, I can't check. I can check. There's a control scheme. I could just search the word. If I just search the word If I just search the word reverse, there we go. 9. It's a hold. Which one's 9? That one. All right. Oh, it's the reason it's a hold because it's a continuous switch. So if I do that, I mean, it says it's reverse thrust, but it's definitely moving me forward. So probably not working. It's fine. Um, yeah, I gotta stall them. The plane probably doesn't have reverse thrust. Someone said it did. I mean, prop planes generally do have reverse thrust. You don't have to reverse the direction of the motor. You can just reverse. You can just change the trim of the props. The St. Mary's model. Everywhere's modeled. Everywhere in the world is modeled. That's the point. It's just they won't have custom. Most places won't have custom assets. There we go. There we go. Custom asset. Now, most places don't have custom assets. The vast majority of places, especially in the UK, don't have custom assets. There's a couple of landmarks that are modeled, and a couple of times that are photogrammetry, but it's very rare. 305 degrees, wasn't it? Yes. Oh-ish. Yeah, I need some rudder pedals. It's annoying because there's only this yoke and throttle. I think is really good because it's like it's a really high end one, but it wasn't like prohibitively expensive. It was expensive, but it wasn't like prohibitively. But then rudder pedals are either incredibly cheap and plastic and horrible, like 40 quid, or they're 350 quid for like nice ones. And there's nothing in between. Whereas this yoke and throttle, I think, were like £200, which is expensive, but it's a fucking fancy as shit. But like, I don't want to pay £350 for rudder pedals, but I don't want this really cheap plasticky thing either. I want something half decent, you know. Blackpool Tower looks so out of place. The rest of Blackpool looks like a mess, and you see a really high quality model. So, Uniquets, that feels accurate to Blackpool because Blackpool looks a mess, as you said. That's how Blackpool's supposed to look, a mess, because that's what Blackpool is, a mess. If you're in Blackpool, I'm not sorry. You should be ashamed of yourself. That's fair though. Look. Look, Blackpool's a shithole and everyone knows it. There's fucking dirt on the window. Honeycomb are apparently bringing out rudder pedals between now and next year. Oh, I'm hoping so. The thing is, I was annoyed because Thrustmaster do some really amazing rudder pedals. And Dan's got them. They were the ones that he got sent by Thrustmaster. And they go well with these Thrustmaster things I have. But like, ugh. Thing is, like, Dan's got Thrustmaster sent him their like quad yoke and their quad throttle and their really good yoke, which are really nice. And I was sat there going, oh, I'd like those, but at the same time, like, as much as what I'm holding now is meant for like a fucking literal warplane, it's really nice, and I don't really need a bit. It's not like I don't feel like Flight Simulator enough to want like a prop, like buy a dedicated like, oh, it's a civilian aircraft yoke. Like, I don't care. You can't believe Dan gets so much shit. I mean, it's not cute, isn't it? Because Microsoft were basically, they had partners that were, you know, they were launching products like, you know, made Flight Simulator type things. And they just basically gave our names to them and they just sent them out as part of like a promo for Flight Sim. Which, you know, neat. That gives a weird thing because while it's on the decline, it's still a big channel and people still, and a lot of companies are quite aware that, you know, Nurcube still has a good amount of sway. Let's trim the ailerons a bit. I'm rolling slightly to the left. Oh, fucking hell. What the fuck was that? Fucking gust of wind. Fucking hell. Calm down. I hit the Thrustmaster 11 and fix that drift issue. Inevitable plane will just turn you off. Maybe Thrustmaster. Really? I mean, this stick is insanely high quality. I've had it for like years and years and years. That Tangibly good stuff. But that's the thing. That's the thing with NerdCubed, is that we at this point, while our audience now are, for a gaming YouTuber, relatively small, it's still. I'm going to use a very wanky influencer term. We have very high engagement, right? Like I mean, people said it back in the day, and it's still true to a certain degree now, that Jacksepticeye, who is way bigger than Daniel and Dan, like Dan and Jacksepticeye could do a video on the same game, and a developer would get more sales from the NerdCube video than the Jacksepticeye video that had 10 times the views. Which, you know, is fair, because I think we are quite good at, you know, being like, hey, we like this, and we're honest with it, because we're like, we don't do sponsorships and shit. So I think it gives us slightly more legitimacy. We watched the Henderson Challenge video the other day, and it made me wonder what was the last time that NerdCube channel had sustained growth. Then. Since then, the channel literally been losing subscribers every month. Let's have a look now, shall we? Let's have a look at the channel content. We're almost about to go under 2.5 million again. We've lost 3,500 subscribers in the last month. Let's have a look, shall we? That always do what you loved instead of what was popular. Yeah, that's the thing. What I've always appreciated. Let's have a look at the graph, shall we? You know how a lot of channels do that, like, oh, 80% of the people watching this video aren't subscribed. You better hit the subscribe button. When I look at those stats on NerdCube, it's like 85% of people are subscribed, because we never get shown to non-subs. This is the thing about, like, sponsorships that, like, in the long term, always worries me. And it's what yours like saying, Ewan, is that, like, hey, Magnus, is that, like, as much as, right, a single sponsorship on its own isn't much of a thing, overall, the reason we don't take sponsorships isn't because a single sponsorship is problematic. Like, if we did a fucking Skillshare spot in one video, no one's gonna care. However, in the long term, obviously, well, maybe not for Skillshare. Skillshare is obviously a different example. Obviously, if we're like being paid to play a game or something, that's different, because I feel like it undermines our sort of thing a little bit, you know? Like, it just, I don't know. It just, I think we've done very well at, like, being trustworthy. I feel like we're quite honest, and we're considered reasonably trustworthy. Especially for a YouTuber, you know. I think generally speaking, when we fucking do or say something, it's generally regarded as, you know, it's got regarded as, even if it's wrong, we're doing it for the right reasons type thing. Well, yeah, this is the thing. It's why I'm slightly more open to the idea of doing ads like Skillshare, because it's completely unrelated to the content of the video, and they're usually a company that like Skillshare are very inoffensive, right? They're not doing anything shady. They're just like, hey, yeah, we have online courses, you know, which feels like, and you know, they fucking will sponsor literally anyone. So I'm a fan of it, really mouth. They will sponsor literally anyone. And we've got several emails from them, like, hey, we'll sponsor you. I also keep getting, literally monthly, an email from a different PR company going like, hey, we'd like to sponsor you for a cool game called Raid Shadow Legends, and every single time. It's always a different company. And I replied to them going, we're never doing a sponsorship for Raid Shadow Legends. Please don't offer a sponsorship for Raid Shadow Legends. Here is our video on Raid Shadow Legends. We hate it. Thank you. Goodbye. And then they keep trying to sponsor us, even after saying that. And then they disappear. And then a month later, I get contacted by a completely unrelated PR company asking me the same thing. And I'm like, oh my God, stop. Like sponsors for Skillshare, like sponsor out. The difference is, and I like to differentiate them, because there's a difference between a sponsored video, which is a video like, hey, I was paid to play this game. It's an hour of me playing a game that I was paid to do, versus an ad spot, which is just a video you made normally, and then you've stuck a bit on the front or the end, being like, this video is sponsored by Skillshare or whatever the fuck, right? Because I think they're completely different. They're a completely different ball game. How many VPNs are offering sponsorships? I think we've had about 5. The problem is with stuff like that, and it's like, because I was thinking about this a while back, because you know I'm the money man. Have you tried asking money up front? Well, all of them offer money up front. They're not based on commission. All these sponsorships, like, hey, yeah, you know, they pay you for product or service. You have to do it. They all give you money up front, all of them. They're all like, hey, we'll give you this much money. Yeah, but this is the thing, right? So, the problem with a lot of those ad sponsorships is that, and the reason I've always said, I think, if we were to ever do a sponsorship, it would probably just be for Skillshare because they're so inoffensive, right? Because something like a VPN is fairly inoffensive, but I think the ads are a bit kind of misleading, and because it's a security thing, you know, and if they have a breach or whatever, I don't like that, because I feel like there's a, I don't know, because then we're recommending a security product, basically, and then if that security product fails for someone or what, like, I'm a bit air about it. But something like no one's bothered by Skillshare. They're just online courses. Who gives a fuck? Like, they're so inoffensive. They're so like VPNs, right? They are kind of shady, and I use one because, you know, fucking geo-blocking is a pain in the ass for a lot of things. But that's like they're a valid thing. But I don't know. The ads are often kind of shady, and they're kind of okay. But I think they're whereas something like Skillshare, or what's the other one, like Brilliant or whatever, you know, those kind of ones. Or like Audible, which is like, hey, do you want audiobooks? And like, yeah. I'm like, okay, here's audiobooks. That's the ad. The ad is, do you like audiobooks? And people are like, I guess. Like, well, this place sells audiobooks. It's like, well, okay. You know, that's, again, kind of pretty inoffensive. Granted, it's Amazon, though. Which, yeah. But still, conceptually, inoffensive. God, this game's so pretty. Look at those clouds. Look at all the cloud columns in between those layers of clouds over there. Fucking hell. We are getting into a pretty cloudy area. Like, it wasn't... It was pretty... Come with there, we're getting these low clouds now. Look at that. Fucking hell. This is why I have clouds on Ultra. Audible's ad read is really stupid and restrictive. It depends... But this is part of the thing as well, because some companies I know give you a lot of freedom to just do whatever. Like, I know for a fact... Again, the reason I say Skillshare again is because I know for a fact... Skillshare just go, yeah, whatever. I don't know, man. Just do whatever, man. They just give you like a couple of bullet points. Can you just like make sure to vaguely make this information known and that, and you do whatever. And again, that always feels very legit. It's why, and again, I always say, you know, I don't care about Skillshare as a product, right? I don't care. I don't use it. I don't whatever the fuck. But as a thing to advertise, it's just so inoffensive. Audible pays people really poorly for the work. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, this is the thing, though. Audible's a bit... But that's what because I've never heard anything bad about Skillshare. It's just... What it... Oh, there's online courses. Okay, that's the ad read. What are they doing? Like, you know, I bet it'll come out at some point that the fucking... Oh, everyone who works at Skillshare is a fucking pedo or... Yeah, they're not, but you know what I mean. Like... Yeah, Audible. This is the thing, though. That's the problem with ads, is that most is kind of a bit shady. But I've always kept Skillshare. I remember talking to them like a year ago, just get an idea of price, and I'm being like, hey, we'd be interested, but we're kind of avoiding sponsorships, but we definitely want to we want to have you just there, just in case. So I'm getting on the clouds because I can't fucking see anything. God, look at how amazing those fucking clouds look, though. Fuck me. God, this game's pretty. Oh, fuck. Shit. No, I can't see now. I can use my little screen at the bottom, though. Audible shit, you're paying $20 a month for a single audiobook. I can go describe it. That's the thing. Yeah, like, something like Audible is a bit of a mixed bag, because on one hand, the thing you're advertising is not deceptive, right? It's like, hey, you can get audiobooks for this much money. That's not deceptive. That's what they do, right? As a consumer, you are being advertised the thing they do. And it's not deceptive. You're getting the thing you get for it. However, there's a question of how... God, look at the haze on the sun. Oh, there's obviously a question of the way they treat their authors, the way they treat their creators, the way they treat... it's Amazon, you know. You bet Dan would love to do an ad for Big Finish. No. See, I've had this thing for ads. And, you know, a lot of people say, oh, I'd love to do an ad for something I already like. And it's like, I think that undermines the recommendation. Because if it's something you really like, you'll recommend it without needing to be paid for it. And that's Big Finish for Dan. Like, you know, he kind of wants to work for them, you know. And I think that's why I've had a bit of a struggle with it, you know. Because there's sites I like. I mean, there's sites I like and they offer affiliate stuff. And I'm a bit like, yeah, but I feel a bit weird taking an affiliate thing for it because I feel it undermines my actual genuine recommendation for it, you know. Like, I know John does, and it's fine to do it. I'm not fucking shitting on anyone who does it, but that's why I sort of avoid it. And I think this is Bristol Airport. Oh, look at that sunset, man. And come down, and then we're going to straighten up just before we hit the tarmac. Oh, bit. Oh. Nice and slow. Nice and slow. Easy does it, man. And then... Put a bit too gently here, I think. No, yo. There we go. That's see, I turned too quickly with the rudder because of the awkward control scheme of it. That was quite smooth, though. I'll give it that. I mean, John doing stuff for Paradox really feels legit because it's like, well, hey, I like how John does respond to me because it's like, hey, I was going to do a video on this, but then they contacted me and were like, hey, we want to give you a truckload of money. And John's like, I like money. And I was like, okay. I'm like, yeah, that feels legit. It's a hard balance to strike. I mean, I think no matter what, you're kind of in a gray area with ads in general. But obviously the problem we have at Nerd Cubed is that effectively YouTube now, functionally, to do it as a job, you need sponsors. Like, it doesn't pay enough money to do it without sponsors. And even though we're making money off Patreon and stuff like that, we still like struggle as a business type thing because we don't do the standard money making shit that people do. Much to both my annoyance and respect. Like, it's a hard line to draw because on one hand I'm sat there like, I like this, but on the other hand I'm sat there looking at our monthly outgoings going, you know. And we've always kind of said that sponsorships as a thing are something we'll only do if we need to, if that makes sense. We're near Bristol now. We'll only do if we need to. And until we need to, we're just not going to. And I think that works. I think that works. On a capitalist... The thing is, in Left 4 Says of Us, Patreon is incredibly capitalist. It's like the definition. I mean, the thing is, the efficacy of content creation is just a difficult strike to balance as well. Because, yeah, you can not do ads. But, like, see, here's the thing. So, something like Twitch, right? Which is inherently, mostly, community funded, right? It's a difficult thing balance to strike. Because I like Twitch, but it is inherently, at its core, to make money off it. It's inherently, what's the word I'm looking for? Exploitative. It is inherently exploitative at its core. I don't think on purpose, but it's just, that's what it is. Right? Because, you know, effectively, most big Twitch streamers, to make money off it, try hard go. It's parasocial. You know, it's effectively going, hey, you know, let's encourage and really push up these parasocial relationships and then get people with oftentimes not a lot of money to give people who have probably more money than them money. And, you know, I've always said that my attitude towards it, I have it on, but my attitude is it's a tip. It's why I like Ko-fi. And it's why I have a Ko-fi, because, like, if you want to, if you're someone who's like, oh, I like you, out here's £3 to buy yourself a drink, that's a tip. You're not paying me. It's a tip. You know, and yeah, Twitch for the Twitch, like, yeah. But I worry. It's why I worry with stuff like Twiddlies and stuff like that, because inherently, you know, where is Bristol? Sorry, just it's a hard balance to strike, because effectively, even if you're the cleanest Twitch streamer in the world, if you're doing it full time, to some degree, it's exploitative. Even if you're the nicest person in the world, to some degree, Me and Dan are exploitative on Twitch. Everyone is. Not by design or on purpose. It's more of a simply... I went the wrong way. Let's further back this way. It's inherently just like, you know... For example, like, the act of prioritizing messages with bits in, while I think totally legit, is still exploitative in a certain way. Because it's effectively paying for attention. And, you know, it's very... I mean, I've been in that situation before where it's very... what's the word I'm looking for? It's very cool to get that. And it's different. And I know some people, and it's always worried me as a thing on Twitch, because I see people, I imagine some of you do this, and it's not a dig, to be clear, but I see some people who don't have much money, who spend a lot of money on Twitch, and give a lot of money to also other streamers or whatever. And I'm always sat there going, that's really appreciated, but at the same time, that feels a bit weird. Because, like, it feels a bit exploitative. Even though it's kind of not directly, but it is, and it isn't. That's Twitch. That's why Twitch feels a bit weird to me. Is Patreon different from Twitch morally? Like, I think so. Because I think Patreon is inherently you're paying for a thing. See, on Twitch, you're not paying for anything. I mean, yeah, maybe I have access to some fucking emotes, but, like, that's not really a thing, right? That's just a bonus for giving a streamer money. Right? Like... But on Patreon, even on Nerdcube, you're paying for... you're paying for content. You're paying for access to content you wouldn't get. You're paying for early access to things. You're getting a thing. You're paying for a thing. But as Kate in Pajamas says, honestly, like you say, parasocial relationships with Twitch, Patreon always encourages that a bit as well. It's like, oh, it's an exclusive club. It's an exclusive club. And well, that's things you say that that's something that's worried us about Twitch. We can't set limits on how much people can give, aside from banning them, which feels bad. And I would love to be able to just set a limit per user. But then that goes to another conversation about, well, how much responsibility, like, where does people's responsibility fall? Like, is it my responsibility, for example, to regulate someone else's spending? They're an adult. They can do what the fuck they like with the money. Why is it my... If anything, I'm not being insulting to them. It's really difficult. And yet, as Patreon does have a defined transaction, it's got a bit of a parasocial element, especially because it's like, oh, it's an exclusive club and you're getting more personal things. Like, for example, the Nerdcube one, obviously, you get access to more personal things. And it has that sort of personal element. But Twitch is like a conversation. And I'm very clear constantly that I am not your friend, right? We're having a nice time. I'm having a nice time having a chat. I'm playing Flight Sim. I hope you're having a nice time. We're having a nice time. I'm not your friend. Like, I'm not your friend. I'm not going to come and meet you. You're not my friend. You know, if you want to, like, if you fling me money, I appreciate that as a, like, oh, it's a tip. But that's where it ends, right? Like, and I think a lot of streamers don't do that. But that's the problem with that's almost that starts going into the problem with content creation as a general thing. Because effectively, to be an influencer, you need to do that. Like, and then you're onto the business of just influence in general. And it's kind of a weird industry. Every industry is a bit weird. But yeah. Like, yeah, it's difficult. And it's something that I think that I've got to... I'm trying not to sound big-headed about it. But the bodyguard users, I am fortunate to, I think, have a better and sort of deeper look at that. Because I've been doing this back-end stuff for like a decade now with like influencers, right? So I know a lot of people. I know how the system works. I know how it's worked for a lot of people. I've seen it change and grow over the years. And I think it's given me a reasonably unique perspective that a lot of people don't have. Oh, look, they model a bridge in Bristol. It's a nice bridge, that. I've never been to Bristol. I want to go. Can I fly under it? Will it let me? Sometimes it freaks out. And it did, but there's a car. That's where the bridge used to be, and that's where it defaults to putting the cars, not on the custom asset. It's Bristol. Oh, shit. Where's the Yogscast officers? When I see all the nonsense at the door trying to get back in after they were kicked out. That's what I have to look for to find them, I think. Yeah. But then, like, so, like, the business of influence is difficult, right? Like, it's difficult. And one of the things that we've been quite aware of the years as well is, and I said this before on stream, that it's not just, it's hardly Yogg's drama. It was a big deal. 3 of the members got kicked out for fucking sexual harassment. That's not really drama, is it? Like, you know, fucking I'm allowed. I fucking did shit with Calf, and he turned out to be fucking trying to fiddle a load of his fucking fans that were, some of them, underage. I think parts of Instagram and Twitch is paying to support people that kind of content, especially exploring these channels and things. That's the thing. But this is where the line is difficult to draw. Because I agree with that sentiment. Like, I give a bunch of people money on Patreon. A lot of them I don't actually watch, right? There's people I give money to on Patreon who I don't even watch. I just like that their thing exists, and I like to support... Oh, it's getting fucking foggy. Oh, I'm just going for that. I like the thing existing, and I want to support that content existing, even if I don't really watch it, or I don't use the Patreon perks or whatever, right? So, I'm really fucking pitching up like shit. And that's the difficult line to draw. It's something that I struggle with Twitch, is that with Twitch, because with YouTube, right, I've been in the fan viewer space with it. So I kind of know how it works. With Twitch, however, I don't. I don't watch Twitch. I've never really watched Twitch. I don't sit and watch Twitch streams. I don't engage with Twitch chat. I don't. Outside of, like, Dan and Rebecca, because, you know, like, work / really close friends. I don't. So I don't have that sort of experience in the viewer side of it to like work with, which is why I'm still my opinions on Twitch are still sort of developing, unlike YouTube, where I have very strong opinions, and I think they're very well founded now after over a decade of doing it. But I have the same with Discord and as well, because one of the reasons I made it, oh my god, look at that. Oh my god, look at that. Fucking hell. Oh my shitting hell. That's absolutely fucking beautiful. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ, this game's fucking gorgeous. Fuck me. That's why you keep the clouds on ultra, because when you're up here, all you can see is fucking clouds. It's goddamn worth it. Keep the light rays on fucking ultra, and you keep the clouds on fucking ultra, because when you're up here, what I'm getting, even on ultra, I'm getting 60. So, oh, sickening. You have a good idea of Twitch culture already. You're not missing much. This is the thing. I have an idea, but it's why I'm trying to. Oh god, is that another plane? Are we gonna fucking collide? CCAS? CCAS. A CCAS got the trick. Please, CCAS. Please trigger, CCAS. Please trigger. CCAS. CCAS. Oh, CCAS isn't like, please fucking descend 1,000 feet for the love of God. Oh god, where's it gone? Oh god, it's behind the tail. Well, okay, it's right there. I wanna. It's still far. I mean, the pixels between the wings that differentiated enough that I'm making out different pixels. So it's not so far away. Right. Where are you off to next? I'm going up north. I'm going to sort of Wales, and I'm going to Liverpool, basically. But I'm happy to look at places on the way. I kind of want to go over Wales. Am I getting closer? Oh, fuck, the window's icing. Shit. Oh, bollocks. I've got icing on just visual only, but, God, it looks amazing, that icing. God, they've got that texture so good. Can I turn on de-icing at all? Oh, fuck. Hang on. Just, where's the de-icing? Hang on. Oh, prop de-ice. Ice light. Airframe de-ice. Windshield de-ice. Okay. That'll hopefully work. I've lost the plane. I've lost the other plane. Where's the other plane? There it is. It's fine. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. Everything's going swimmingly. I'm a pilot. Where is it? There it is. Oh, you can definitely make out the differences between the tail and the front now. Is your icing simulation fully on? I say it's on just aesthetic only. There you can see it melting. There it goes. That's him away. There we go. Right. I've got everything. I can crash and not die because it's slightly annoying for stuff like this, so fuck it. Controlled by Nottingham. I think Nottingham's a bit far out, isn't it? Or am I thinking of Norwich? Right, how far away is that plane? I should look on VFR. It's going back towards Bristol, and I think I'm matching its speed, so fuck that. Where was the icing button? Just a bunch under the... Right there, there's a bunch. Right there, airframe de-ice, icing light. Oh, fuck. I'm upside down. Wait, oh, fuck. Oh, shit the bed. Oh, fuck. Oh, bollocks. Shit. 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 It's fine. It's fine. There we go. Oh, my God, look at that. Oh, fucking God, look at that. Oh, this game is just pornographically pretty. The thing is, when you're at the cities and you're looking at buildings and you're like, oh, that's a bit wonky. When you're up here, which is where you're meant to be, it's a flight simulator, it just looks real. Like, you can see red lights in the road of cars. You can see the haze from the engine exhaust on the front of my plane. So you can just see the slight haze. You've got the fucking sunlight at the top of the clouds leaking through the back. There's a plane over there. There's fucking... Oh my God, just pornographic. And I want to point out, this is on real-time weather. So, this is just how it looks. So, you don't see any red lights in the cars. They're very subtle. Very subtle. I can see a couple of cars moving down there. Yeah, they're like a couple of pixels, but I'm at 1440p, so probably after Twitch compression and 1080p, it's probably not very good. You probably won't be able to make it out. So I was talking about Twitch, wasn't I? Like, so yeah, I struggle with the moral ethics of things, whereas sponsorships have a more obvious morality to them that I think is a bit more, you know, well defined. User paid stuff is still... I'm stalling. User paid stuff is still, I think, has moral questions to it that aren't quite as well defined, you know. And I think people are still trying to work out the ethics of it, especially on Twitch. Especially on Twitch. And it's kind of why I'm a bit about Twitch as a platform. Like, I like it because the thing is... Oh, fucking hell, look at that. The thing with Twitch is... If you ever... As you're watching my stream, I like to chat. right? I'm a bit. I like to chat. God, fuck me, God Almighty. I like to chat, and I just like talking about things, right? Whereas videos feel like they have to be a much more structured things. I'm not a big fan of making my own videos because I feel like when I talk about most things, I like very much. So I was adjusting my seat. I only really like to talk about something if I actually feel reasonably sure that I'm educated on it properly. You know. And in the context of a video, you can't really make that clear. When I'm on here, you know, and I'm talking about something, I'm usually talking about it in a really vague sense as part of a chat. It's kind of clear I'm not an expert on it or whatever, unless I'm actually talking about something I know about properly. But for the most part, even on Twitch, I don't really talk about stuff I don't know about. And on YouTube, that's amplified because it's permanent. That's why I don't really put my like putting Twitch streams on YouTube because there's a permanence to them, which I don't like unless it's big. I mean, there's a show video coming out today, right? There's a Nerdkeep show video coming out today. It went up on Patreon yesterday, and it is on the 6 days in and Fatula. It's Fatula. You know that game, that fucking game, right? 6 days, yeah. And Fallujah, I can't pronounce it. Fallujah, that's it. 6 days in Fallujah, and it's Dan spent a while writing a script for it, and it's a big video on the Iraq War and war crimes. It's like, it's heavy. And you know, he was giving me a script and I was giving him notes and stuff like that, and he was writing it and I was looking into it a bit, and then I was doing the edit, and I mean, it's the classic thing where he's trying to summarize it, but I make sure I like giving sources, but for something like that, I was like, okay, I need primary sources. I need proper primary sources for this, because, you know, it's easy enough to link it to a fucking tweet from a game dev for like normal, but, you know, when we're talking about actual war crimes, like, primary source. So I was sat there yesterday. It came out late on Patreon because I was sat there, and I'm like reading the UK's 2003. Hang on, let me find the link. I was doing some light reading of the UK combat laws yesterday. To really make sure the primary source was correct and appropriate. Let me get the link. It was there it is. It's linked under the video. You'll notice as well, I do the classic like thing where I actually link a number. The Joint Service Manual of the Law of Armed Combat in 2004 is at 668 pages. It's just the law of armed conflict for the UK and UK troops. So I was reading about all the laws in regards to chemical weapons use and standard munitions use, and oh my god, look at that. I was reading a lot of it. I was kind of... Dan had done a lot of research in writing it, but then I was sort of fact-checking everything. That's often what I do. While he's writing it, I'm sort of double-checking everything when I'm editing it, for the most part. And oftentimes I give him notes, like, hey, this thing is a bit wrong. Yada, yada. And that's usually what happens. But, fucking hell. But for this, I was like, it was just me just going through it, going, okay, I need to check everything. But, you know, there's a bit where Dan's like, oh, you know, the use of white phosphorus by UK troops in a thing of war is illegal under UK law. I went, I know that's right. I need to double check. So I spent ages reading through various sections of this fucking big document about the laws of war. And now, with all the references I put in the video, and I've got all these primary articles, and I'm linking to, like, studies. There's a study I linked to it. there's a section where he talks about how it increased infant mortality rates, mainly from the use of enriched uranium. If you know about, the A-10, I'm using a Warhog. The A-10 Warhog, the big gun it's built around, fires bullets made from enriched uranium. And the reason that it's made from enriched uranium, at least the main reason, is because enriched uranium is incredibly dense. It's really heavy. It's heavier than lead. So it makes a really good bullet. But also, it's enriched uranium. So, unsurprisingly, it's radioactive. So, there was a massive increase in fucking cancer in children. Depleted enriched uranium, yeah. It depleted. It's depleted enriched uranium. So there was an increase in cancer in children in Fatula. I can't pronounce it ever without reading it. Because they fired quite a lot of it, and there was a massively increased rate of cancer. And, I'm slightly going, okay, just need to double check that. So I read this long study, which again is linked in the description. I linked this long study, which has its own list of references, and it's got graphs about, like, the amount of fucking specific things in the hair of, God, I'm pulling up a lot. In hair and, like, fucking how much calcium, and it's a big study. Doing some light reading. So, trying to, again, just kind of fact-checking it. Like, the specifics of it. You see, it was a general overview. So, it didn't need to be that specific. I just wanted to make sure the vague thing we were saying was at least correct. Why is there only a light on the left side light and not a right? Oh, because I turned on the de-icing light so I could see if the wing was de-iced. So I was trying to get down to ground level. But, well, I was hoping to have broken through the clouds by now. Slightly worried when I hit mountain. Wales. Got fucking dark quick, isn't it? Right, let's just hang on. So I've been distracted slightly by the Can I, for the love of God, let's just Can I turn on the icing light. Is there two of those? Oh, imagine. Oh God, it's gonna be over there, isn't it? Fucking God damn it. Scooch. I can turn on the power to the USB source. Oh, I can turn on crew music. Static alert source. Oh, please tell me there's a de-icing button over here. De-icing light button, maybe. No, of course there's not. Of course there isn't. Why would there be? Is there two buttons there, maybe? Oh, fuck it. That'll be fine. Why can't I see the fucking ground yet? It's a hard thing to prove casual links, as stress from being in a war zone can raise cancer levels of the population. I spoke fast. But literally, this is why I was reading this fucking article. It's not an article, it's a fucking study. I was reading the study. And that's the conclusion of the study. And I'm reading the study, and it was a perfectly reasonable conclusion. And it goes over all possible variables and yada, yada, yada. But again... There's the fucking ground. Again... The video was meant as a very, very, very vague overview, and the claim was, oh, it's been linked to increases in cancer in children. Studies have shown. It wasn't. It was just giving a vague overview. My God, look at the sun back there, fucking fire. The lights on. No. But. Yeah, but that's the thing. I tend to not talk about. That's why I like chatting. But when in a video context, it's like the kind of videos I like are educational videos, and that's kind of what I'd like to make, if anything. But I don't feel well versed enough to ever make them. Well, it's why I like chatting on Twitch, because it's a bit more of a casual, like, we're having a back and forth, and it's a bit more like train of consciousness rather than a stream of consciousness rather than a, you know, I'm not being like, oh, I'm not giving a fucking lecture. But I like to chat, and that's why I like Twitch. But I'm still concerned about the efficacy of Twitch. And like, I've been sat there curious, like recently, because since I got partners and stuff like that, and I've been streaming a bit more, I've been going, you know, is this something I could potentially do as a full-time job sort of thing? Because I'm always, my attitude is always, I always try to have a bunch of safety nets, both for Nerdcubed and all of us in Nerdcubed. You know, if Nerdcubed fails, we all need something to do. So I kind of try and keep a bunch of safety nets around. Where am I? Oh, fucking hell. Oh, I'm a lot further north than I thought I was. Jesus. Well, that's Birmingham, isn't it? I went past Birmingham. Where's this? Is this Preston? No, it's not Preston. Is it Preston? Where am I? I should know where this is. I've been here. I've definitely been here many times. It is... Is it Shrewsbury? Ah, Shrewsbury. 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 Yeah, the entertainment is unstable, and especially because we are, you know, we kind of piss people off. Look at all those little cars! Choo choo! It's a busy fucking road, isn't it? It's a busy fucking country road. I suppose it is like fucking rush hour, to be fair. What do you think of all these ads being marketed on kids? I mean, the thing is, the EU and the UK has a lot of laws against marketing to kids, just a lot of things, you know. But YouTube doesn't have the same laws, and it's confusing, and it's complicated, and the ethics is complicated, and Twitch is simple. And it's, again, the reason I like them being just streams and I don't really like doing VODs with them is because I like their impermanence. There's some I put on YouTube, like I'm putting the backlog slog ones on YouTube because I think they're not this chatty thing. They're just me going over games, and I think there's a value to them, like as a longer term existent thing. And I put the New Vegas streams on YouTube, and they might go unlisted at some point in the future. But like again, for the time being, I think they still have. But these kind of things, I like being just a stream. I like being just its own thing, you know. God, it looks so good. It's lagging to shit. You can just see the frame rate shitting itself as I look down. But Shrewsbury. Shrewsbury. Oi, 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 Shrewsbury. Oi, oi. Do you like Techmoan? I do. I love I like Techmoan. I like Technology Connections. I like the 8-Bit Guy. I like LGR. I like Tom Scott. I watch a fuck ton of educational channels. They're kind of all I watch on YouTube. I don't watch gaming stuff. Like, on a rare occasion, I might watch like a John video. I've looked at some of his Fallout stuff because I like John. He's my bud, and he does good videos. And I try to just vaguely keep up on them, but I don't really watch much. Oh, an airport. Oh, let's do a night landing at an airport. I'm near Liverpool now, so I'll land in Liverpool. Shrewsbury! Shrewsbury! It's Shrewsbury! Is that siren on Matt's side? No. How do I turn my landing lights? That's a good question. That's taxi lights. Ah, landing lights. Yeah, we go. Right. Oh, fuck me. Do I see the Fallout New Vegas randomized video? Okay, if I ever see a John video, it's like months after it's released, or weeks after it's released. I know. He released that yesterday. Okay, in we come. Oh, fucking hell. Oh my god, stop, look. Oh my god. Ah. There we come. Nice, smooth landing. Oh, I think this is going to be a smooth cunt, this one. Nice, smooth cunt. Nice, smooth cunt. Yeah. Oh, slide it in there. Oh, slide it in. Fucking. Oh, stick it in. Slide it in. Oh. Oh, it's nice and slippy. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, it's going to be smooth. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, yeah. 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 Right. No, stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Fuck. No, it was almost perfect. I just went off the end of the runway. It's fine. Didn't even know Shrewsbury had an airport. Yeah. I did a big list of channels a while ago on Twitter that was just all the things I like watching. I mean, I'm just going to look at my YouTube channel while I'm doing this. I like watching Illegal Eagle. He's a good legal channel. I found a thing called Found and Explained, which is like Mustard, but cheaper. Mustard's good. Scott Manley's great. There's a couple I just sort of have that do a bit sort of these... Some of the ones are just... They're quite literally just reading Wikipedia articles. Which... I've watched a few of them. I don't really watch them very much, but they're there. Yarn Hub's good sort of historical stuff. I've started watching a bunch of historical stuff now. I started watching a bunch of videos on ships lately. Oh god, there's a crosswind. There we go. I found a bunch of these, like, there's channels called Dark Docs and Dark Skies, which do quite interesting, kind of light historical educational stuff. Right, there we go. It's like a weird halo around the thing. Big Clive's really good. I like Big Clive. I like the 8-Bit Guy a lot. I like TGP Grey. History with Hilbert's a good channel. What else? What else? I'm just looking at, like, going through my subscriptions and just looking at the videos I've actually watched. I watch Everyday Astronaut a little bit, maybe. Veritasium's a good classic. There's a good channel called Tasting History, which is just a guide. He just, like, makes old food, really old foods. And he's got a really good presenting style. What else? I mean, Jay Foreman, obviously. There's a couple of medical channels I watch. Adam Savage tested stuff's really fun. Science Lab's a really good tech channel. Mainly what I watch, you know. Mainly what I watch. Stop being so zoomed in, please. There we go, thank you. Right. I need to go north to Liverpool. I've got a bunch of NASA channels. Yeah. Anyway, I don't watch gaming stuff. That's the kind of stuff I like, you know. Boulder Bankrupt. I've been recommended him quite a few times. Testing history is very Western-centric. I mean, yeah, but, like, everyone has to have some sort of specialty. Like, I'm not going to fault people for not being, like, global, because it's fucking hard. It's just complicated. I'm going to keep my lantern lights on because they're illuminating the fog a bit, which is quite nice. Oh, yeah, I don't have any... I don't have my... Oh, God, I don't have my flashing exterior lights on, do I? Fucking hell. No. Wait. Oh, fuck. Wait, how do I... Oh, shit, how do I turn them on? Wait, where's the fucking... Fuck. CB light. Oh, circuit breaker light. Where's the light? Engine start, fuel, AP trim. Nav lights! Nav lights! Nav lights! Nav lights! Turn on access light. Turn on dimming. Turn on cabin lights. Decrease... Shit. Oh, that's internal lights. They're external lights. That's a switch. That's a switch. Nav lights. Light pulse. What does that do? Oh, my tail's not lit up. Oh, fuck. Strobe. Turn on strobe. Strobe's on. Nav lights are on. Pulse lights are on. Don't have taxi lights on. I've got landing lights on. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. Now I'm lit up properly, I think. Yeah, a little flashing light at the back's going boop boop. Little, okay. Still not very lit up though, but you'll have to do, I guess. I mean, what one of my favorite channels. He hasn't done much, obviously, because of COVID. So he's not really done much in the past year. Is Evan Hadfield's channel, Rare Earth. Evan's lovely as well. He did a great lockdown video, just him and a raccoon. He's a great storyteller, Evan. He's one of my favorite creators on the platform. I think he does really good stuff. Am I going the right way? No, I'm going east. I mean, Ashen's is classic stuff, isn't it? It's not really I don't really watch much Ashen's because, again, it's not really... I kind of just watch educational content because I'm a fucking nerd. Oh, look, there's the Mersey right there. I can see it on the map. So I'm quite close to it. I can't fucking see, though, can I? Evan's lovely. Supposed to go... Fuck... He's really annoyed. Because, like, Evan does a show every year in Canada. Like a big sciencey music show thing with Chris as his dad. You know, ISS astronaut. He does a big thing. He was like, oh, you should come. And I'm like, oh, fucking goddamn Evan. I goddamn will. It's like, oh, you can come. I'm like, oh, so I was literally planning to be like, oh, fuck, I'm going to go over to fucking Canada. It's going to be amazing. But alas, it's COVID. Not like a daytime, maybe? No, it's real time. Look, this is the weather right now. I'm having to deal with it. This is how the world looks. All right? I can't change the world in real life. And god damn it, I can't change it in a simulator. Well, I can, but I don't want to. I was like editing the Cheese and Calendar series. Disgusting. Because Ashton's mic had some weird compression on it. And it was right there. So when he went quiet, it amplified a lot. So I could hear him very... I can hear him. I could hear... You know when someone does like a gag inside and you can't hear it? But I could hear it. It was gross. Thankfully, I manually ducked all the audio. So you couldn't hear that on the videos. To manually like mess with Ashton's sound. It's gross. I'm getting really close to the Mersey. The airport's there in front of me. Release the Ashen's mouth cut. No. Yo, The Hobbit, you can play it in VR on Game Pass. You don't need the Steam version to play VR. You don't need it on Steam to play VR. Even if you're using Steam VR isn't just... You don't need to just play Steam games for Steam VR to work. Oh, for fuck's sake. You're getting paid enough. I'm paid enough. Like, well, me and Dan, like, we're like... The thing is that annoys me about YouTubers is there's this, like, thing that YouTubers do. You know, like, years ago, and, like, Ken's was like, I've got a Lamborghini. It's like, fucking... A lot of these young YouTubers are driving around in fucking Lamborghinis. They're on fucking hundreds of thousands or millions a year. You know? All these YouTubers doing vlogs from their literal mansions. And I'm like, oh my god, fuck off. First of all, it's really showing. Kind of gross. You know, it's gross and showy, and it's this level of, like, needless opulence that I hate. Not only do I hate needless opulence, but I also hate people showing off their needless opulence. But even then, I think it misconstrues about how much, like, 'cause we don't, like, I think that we've looked into it. The wage we're on is like that of a decently paid teacher. You know, like, we're not, like, we're comfortable, but we're not, like, rich. There's the airport right there. You never heard the word opulence before. Opulence is a good word. Every popular YouTuber, but this is the thing. One of the things that Dan did when he was really big, because, you know, back in 2014, the channel was just raking in tons of money. You know, his peak Nerdcube views and ad revenue was really good. And a lot of YouTubers who were in that situation get a load of money and go, right, I'm going to buy a Lamborghini, a mansion, all this shit. You know what Dan did? He saved it, and we've been coasting on that money for years. It's why we've been able to go for so many years, and we've been able to deal with, like, pitfalls, and when Dan, you know, because Dan's got CFS, and when he had to go on break and stuff like that, you know, that's how we've dealt with that. Because, you know, YouTube's very, it's not stable. neither is the income. So income you have to average out over years. Tanner's Lego money and your vodka money. I mean, admittedly, the vodka I bought is like the price of a small Lego set, to be fair. There's Liverpool Airport. Right, coming in for a landing. It's volatile. Yeah, and it's like... I think it's Lego money. Like, me and Dan I haven't bought any proper Lego for ages, and Dan's not really bought any Lego for ages either. I mean, the usual path flights take over Liverpool when they come around is they come over the city. They come over the city, like here, from Ireland. Ooh, from Ireland. They go vroom, and they come around, and they go up and around the power plant, and they come down that way. It's a big, long turn. Really good at night as well. You get a really good view of the city. And we've never done sponsored. Yeah, and that's the thing, because we never wanted to. We had to rely on that money, and we wanted to, like, you know, we've tried to do a lot of projects. You know, we tried to do all the game development. That, you know, there's a lot of money we've tried to do stuff with, like, to do projects, and it's not gone anywhere. But that money's covered those, like, attempts, you know. And now we're at a point where that kind of money's run out. And we're like, oh, shit. You know, we've invested in good hardware, like, for our computers and stuff like that to do the job. That's what we've invested in. But everything else, we get stuff because we like it, but it's not like fucking, you know, buying some toys. It's not like a nice vodka. Like, me spending 35 quid on a nice vodka isn't exactly the opulent, is it? Like, it's pricey for a vodka, but like, you know, that is Hale Village. It's a nice little village that gets the regular noise of jet engines. Should invest in Bitcoin. Oh, God. I know. At least Dan's writing books, print money. Oh, God, books, man. There's an annoying thing with books, because there's two kinds of writers. There's writers who are writing a book every 6 months and are like, you know, the ones you see, you know, those ones you see in train stations that the writer has like a new book out every 6 months and they have like 1 billion books. And there's writers like Stephen King who can make a book every 10 years and be rich. And there's, say, if you want to be a full-time writer, they're like the two options. And Dan's trying to be in the middle of that. It's not really working, so you have to supplement everything from this kind of income, and it's kind of difficult. And it's... There we go. Here we come. Now, this is a proper modelled airport, I want to point out. This is one of the few things they've added to this update is Liverpool Airport properly modelled. And again, I don't know why, out of all the places they modelled, they only modelled a couple of random airports and Liverpool Airport. They didn't bother doing Birmingham or Manchester or anything. Liverpool. Not a complaint, you know. Oh, I like myself some Liverpool. Liverpool Airport. That's the airport I've been to lots of times in my life. But lots of people think books make a lot of money, but most make enough for like one nice dinner a month. The thing is, books, what ends up happening with them, especially with something like Paradox, with Fuck Yeah, because it was all pre-orders, it made quite a decent amount of money from pre-orders, right? But they don't sell much after the fact, and most people already bought it. So it's not continuous income. It's like, here's a big chunk of money, and then that has to last till the next book, right? So, like, you know, per book, you need to aim for like a year or two of income. Have they even done Gatwick? They've not done Gatwick. They've not done London City or Baker. They've not done anything. Done Liverpool, though. I like Liverpool Airport. I'm going to make a daytime to show you a couple of things around Liverpool. Does anyone... How much do you want a tour around Liverpool? So, yeah, I know the city quite well. I'm going to fly to Dublin and give you a tour around Dublin as well. Should charge more for signatures. I don't know. Right. Right. Just gonna park in Liverpool. So it's a fun thing with Liverpool Airport. Liverpool Airport's gotten quite busy. I'm just gonna go across the taxiway. Liverpool Airport's gotten quite busy in the past few years, and they did it up. Liverpool John Lennon Airport, and they did it up about 15 years ago or something. What ended up happening is so many flights are coming in that there's not enough gates. So literally, right? There's a gate around here, which I used a lot for planes. And you know what the gate is? It's a fire exit with a desk in front of it. It's quite literally a fire exit with a desk in front of it. Please stop. Thank you. And it makes me... Oh, they've got an interior. Look at that. It's vaguely laid out right inside. That's a nice... Oh, they've got the yellow submarine. Got the yellow submarine outside Liverpool Airport. They've modeled it quite nicely, this, actually. Let's make it daytime. Let's keep the real weather, but let's make it daytime so you can actually see some things. Well, let's keep it this like that. So the lights are on, but still orangey. So Liverpool Airport, right? Oh, I'm going to have to turn around now. Oh, bollocks. I think I've balled this right up. Right. Nope. I thought that was reverse thrust. Right. Please. Please reverse. Fuck's sake. Reverse! That feels like reverse thrust. Yeah, that's reverse. Look. It's a different button than I thought it was. Yeah, it's a different button than I thought it was. Please reverse. Please reverse. For the love of God, please reverse. For fuck's sake. Fine. Fine. You know what? Let me turn my Xbox controller. Come on. Why? Fuck. Oh my God. Right. Using slew mode to move myself out of it. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck off, slew mode. Damn. There we go. My Xbox controller is quite literally just set up to do slew mode with it. Call for pushback. Don't know how. Not a clue. So that's supposed to be on. Shit. That's a problem. That's a minor problem. Oh. Oh. There we go. Pressed a bunch of knobs. There we go. There we go. All right. Master caution's on, though. Why is the master caution alarm on? What? What? What's the problem? Eh? What's your problem? I've run out of fuel. I've got fuel on. Permanent fuel. Oh, right. Me bollocks this, aren't I? Oh! Oh, shit. It's fine now. Fuck! Let's make it a bit earlier. Oh, please don't drive in my path, mate. Please. That's fine. Right, I'm going to take off. I'm going to do a little flyover Liverpool, of a bit of Liverpool. Because I live here. Oh, it's a crosswind. I'm fucking off. It's just not really a crosswind. It's a wind coming down the Mersey, which is why the runway is pointed this way. Oh. Oh, took off a bit early there. Oh. Liverpool Airport's really cool. Oh, fucking hell. Liverpool Airport's really cool because at the end of Liverpool Airport, you see this? There's this weird taxiway. And you notice how it just keeps going? It goes around the corner and through a forest. So Liverpool Airport originally, right? The runway was always like there, right? However, the airport was never there. The airport was this way. You would have to drive your plane all the way down this fucking taxiway. All the way down here. Right, and they've built stuff here now, but you'd have to drive it all the way down here. All the way down here. And there, right there, you see where all those planes are? That used to be the airport. Right there. You would have to taxi your plane all the way from over there, all the way around down here. You can see where the taxiway used to be. And this is now a hotel, which isn't modeled right, but that's now a hotel, and it's got a bunch of old planes outside. Which is, I really want to stay there. That's a shopping centre park. There's a B&Q there and a nice cinema. Right. Speak retail park. Ah, look, there's the that's where they build Land Rovers and Jaguars. The Jaguar Land Rover plant is... Oh, there it is, over there. This is the Jaguar Land Rover plant. That's where they build all your, you know, Jags and fucking Land Rovers. Send it off. Liverpool's a nice city to visit. I genuinely do very much recommend it. Even though I resented living here quite a bit. It's genuinely quite a nice city in a lot of ways. Here's Liverpool Airport. Shit. Pause. And pause. Right, so. Do you notice all these red lines everywhere? That means no parking or stopping at any time. And they have them all the way down. And they force you to pay for parking. If you want to drop someone off, £5. If you want to get close, £5. You can't stop anywhere else. It's either walk a mile or pay £5. Because Liverpool Council were like, oh, let's privatise the parking. That'll make us some money. And you know what that's done now? It's made it really expensive. But look, there's a little yellow submarine. Because it's Liverpool. It's like, oh shit, it's the Beatles. Because they do like the Beatles. But yeah, that's... You can see, literally, this shit little thing here. Literally, there's some gates here. And there's some gates here. But literally, there's a gate downstairs, which is literally a fire exit. You just exit there and you walk down to a plane, like, down here. My favourite one is I went at a fire exit. I had to walk down, all the way down, out of this shelter bit in the fucking rain. All the way down to get in a plane that was down here. Fucking cheap-ass motherfuckers. EasyJet flights are all the way over there, and they have fucking bridges and everything. We don't. We have fucking Ryanair. Cheap-ass fuckers. That's Liverpool Airport. I was going to buy the Liverpool Airport from Orbex, but I feel like this... Oh, fuck. It's fine. Slow mode. It's fine. Everything's okay. Right, so that's Liverpool Airport. Oh, and actually, right here. See that right there? That is Speak Hall. That is a big old Tudor building. It's a National Trust site. Really big old... You know those classic oh, fucking hell. Why am I crashing so much now? I didn't crash for hours. And then now I'm here. I'm crashing. I suppose I'm focusing on sightseeing. Oh, don't give me any speed. Obviously, don't give me any speed. Okay. Please give me speed. There we go. So, there is... That's Speak Hall. Really big old Tudor building. Like, really old. Really cool. Very, very King Henry VIII feeling. Really cool place to visit. But the nice thing about it is there's a cool walk you can do. Just around to... Like... Oh, fucking pause. There's a cool walk you can do in the building. Where you can do a walk around here. And you can sit here. After you come out of the forest and you sit here. And you know what you can see? The fucking end of the runway. It's right there. And it's a really good, if you want to go like plane spotting, it's fucking great because you just sit there and you watch these planes going really fucking low and you're next to it. And you get to go to a really cool Tudor building and they got horses. Is there a fence? I mean, yeah, there's a fence, but it's down, you're on a hill. It's great. You can just see them. It's really cool. Oh, there we go. Pull around. It's great, that site. It's honestly, it's good. It's a good little thing. It's a good little thing. Yeah, and this is the old. Again, this used to be. You can see where the taxiway used to go. You can literally see the court where it used to go. That's just a park now. Pretty nice little business park that. So yeah, there's the shopping centre. There's a rail yard. There's a school. Now this isn't photogrammetry. This is all generated buildings, aside from Liverpool Airport and the Liver building, which you can see over in the distance. You see that suspiciously only loaded in building over there, and you can see no other big buildings. It's already loaded in because it's a pre-done. But this is just Liverpool. It's the front. There's the pier. That's not the pier. There's the promenade. Pretty nice. You can go from that right there on the left wingtip. You can walk from there all the way to the city centre along this lovely promenade. It's good cycling. It's a really nice cycle path. Again, though, it doesn't know quite how to... Flight Simulator struggled a bit with the height of the promenade. That right there used to be this big World sort of Fair style site. And they've done it up a lot in recent years, and they're putting more stuff on it. That's a really cool place. A lot of parkland. Oh, over here is London Property Model. Yeah, we showed it at the start of the stream, but it looks bad. The update's given it proper thingy, but not. This is Sefton Park. It's a really nice park. So Sefton Park. If I just boop. That is a big glass kind of palm house, which is model correct, but it looks really cool. That's a little place you can get nice food. They've got this beautiful. That's a bandstand in this beautiful like pond. There's loads of waterfalls and shit. And this beautiful like river and lake. Loads of lovely, like, there's a beautiful bit over, there's a beautiful bit I can't see it on here, but it's got this beautiful waterfall and all these lovely trees, and it's really cool. Right there, that's right, isn't it? Right there, that building right there is the Egbert Arms, which is where Red Dwarf was conceived, and it's canonically where Dave Lister was found under a pool table. Thank you for the sub, cheeky bus driver. Yeah, that's the Egbert Arms. That's where Red Dwarf is canonically started from. Right. There's loads of posh apartments there and shit. Loads of these big old mansion houses that are now apartment buildings. It's really cool. If you come to Liverpool and you're going into the city centre, this is the road you'd usually take. Although, if you want a good view, and you ever come to Liverpool and you're getting a cab, tell them to go along the... tell them to go down... Tell them to go down Jericho Lane and follow the front road because you get all these nice views of the river. Like, that there, ooh, fuck, is a nice pub. Right there. And so there's these nice, really nice little apartments that have a nice view of the waterfront. There's a cliff there as well. It's just a big cliff. It's in the middle of the city. There's Dockland, that's Toxteth. No one goes there. Don't go there. It's shit. You'll get stabbed. Liverpool's not nice areas, and a lot of areas will just get stabbed immediately. Now, this is the crowning jewel of Liverpool, the Liverpool Anglican Cathedral, which Flight Sim has rendered as a small office. Absolutely does not look like that in real life, I want to point out. It's very obviously wrong looking, and they didn't fix it for some reason. They modeled Liverpool Airport. They modeled the fucking Liverpool building. Didn't model that, did they? The big fucking massive cathedral. And there... Sorry. That's where the hope... That's where the Catholic cathedral should be. But as you'll notice, there's no building on it. It's a big round building. It looks like a big fucking crown. And you notice there's a distinct lack of building there. So that's good. They've taken this road with 2 cathedrals on it and not modelled either of the cathedrals, and it looks terrible. Looks fucking awful. Then round here is the White House also a block of flats. They fixed that. They did a USA update and the White House is fixed and the Washington Monument's fixed as well. That is St. George's Hall, a really big fancy hall they use for a lot of filming locations, including Batman. There's Lime Street Station on the left there. This little city centre. Round here. Pause. As Liverpool One Shopping Centre, which doesn't look like that. Flight Sim has rendered it as a bunch of terrace houses for some reason. And that's a really tall building that is for some reason tiny. And also that is as well. That is the Albert Dock, the largest grade 1 listed building in the world. Yeah. That's the Museum of Liverpool. There's the Beatles Museum there. There's the International Slavery Museum. There's the Tate Modern. Again, they've rendered the Albert Dock completely wrong. That's a big exhibition centre and a stadium thing. There's the Library Building, which is the only thing that's actually correctly modelled. Liverpool, I think, is a way more... I mean, it used to be a Soviet hellscape, but they've done it up a lot. They got a ton of money from the EU, and they did up the entire city. That's a live building. That looks right. It's got lifeboats on it and everything. There's the sunken into the seas, the cruise ship terminal. We get the Disney cruise ship regularly, and I used to live around here. And I remember waking up one day to the fucking of a cruise ship, like doing the fucking When You Wish Upon a Star theme. And there's a load of unused dockland, which is being turned into apartments soon, apparently. There's Zoe's Brand. I mean, it's not a glamorous river, but it's... Yeah, there's a bunch of really industrial areas. Captain America was filmed there. You know that bit in Captain America 1 where he pulls, like, the guy out of the submarine after being turned into Captain America, that he runs the bit where he's running across a bridge, and it's that bridge, and he pulls the guy out of the submarine there, and they CGI'd New York into this bit. There's the 2 stadiums. Oh, they've done both of them. Okay. So... The blue one's Everton, and the red one's is Liverpool. Funnily enough. So, yeah. You never realise how fucking close they are. They're just round the corner. To So there's Anfield. It's a stadium. Anfield, by the way, is an area. Absolute shithole. I've almost been mugged like 5 times there. But that's Anfield Stadium. And almost. Yeah, almost. You know, I ran away. And there's Everton Stadium, which you notice is a lot smaller, which is exactly why they're building a new stadium. That's going to be a really cool looking stadium. They're building it on the waterfront, on the unused dockland. So there's going to be this really modern looking stadium. You were mugged unsuccessfully. Well, no, there were people approaching me about to mug me, and then I ran away, so they couldn't mug me. They're building the new Everton Stadium, like, on one of the unused docklands. It's going to be, like, on the seafront. That's going to look amazing. I like those big piles of, like, shit. Smells quite bad near those docklands, by the way. If you ever drive through there, close your window. Yeah, they're going to be putting it around there-ish, where my left wingtip is. That'd be cool. And over the other side here is the fucking Wirral. Which has the oldest public park in the world, I think. Is it that park? It's got the oldest public park in the world. I think it's that one there. Yeah. I think Central Park was based on it in the US. We also have, in Liverpool, the oldest car tunnel in the world. Well, there's a lot of things first. It was weird. It used to be basically the second capital of the British Empire, because during the height of the British Empire, it was the big major port city. It was the second major city of the UK after London. So it's got a lot of weird historical first and a lot of these really big buildings, but also it was really heavily bombed during World War II, and it's in the north, so the government gave it no money. So it was just a shithole, and the EU gave it a bunch of money for 2008 because it became the European capital of culture. They invested a bunch of money in it. They built that big shopping centre, and they made the city centre way nice. They built the exhibition centre and the stadium, and they did up loads of the city. So it's this weird mesh of like really old buildings that almost look like they're from London, mixed with really modern buildings that just are in the middle of things. And then there's some bits where you're literally walking around and there's just like an empty bit where a building should be, and there's just bits of rubble there because it literally was bombed and they just never did anything. It's a nice city as well because you can walk around most of it. Right there under me, right there. On the left of St. George's Hall, under me is another museum with a big aquarium and the Walker Art Gallery, which has that really famous painting of Henry VIII and a load of really famous paintings. And there's a really beautiful library there with a beautiful big reading room, a massive library. I'm trying to find it. You see... Where is it? Yeah, right there. You see... Hang on, let me pause it. Okay. Right. It's right under the plane. Of course it is. You see there? You see that just bit that's missing? That's a building that was bombed. And they just never... It's just a car park. It's there as well. There's just these... Like, it's weird because you're there and there's literal bits of building facade, like, sticking up from the ground. Clearly the front of an old building. Like, there's still an entrance in the corner to a building. But there's no building there. It was bombed. And they just put some fence around it and made it into a car park and just been that. Just been that for, like, fucking 70 years. But then it's flanked immediately by, like, massive skyrise, high-rise buildings. And, like, really modern buildings next to it. And, like, really big, like, very London, like, big modern, big old expensive buildings. And it's really weird city, Liverpool. It's fascinating. I actually really like it. I didn't like it in the past, but I've grown to appreciate it. Especially, there's so much culture here. Like, there's so many restaurants in the Albert Dock. And the amount of museums. I mean, the Tate's amazing. There's a Beatles museum there if you're into the Beatles. There's the Maritime Museum, which houses the International Slavery Museum, which has a replica of slave quarters and boats. So, like, I went there a lot as a kid. The schools take you there in Liverpool, so you learn a lot about the slave trade. The Anglican Cathedral is one of the best cathedrals in the world I've been to. It's incredibly cavernous inside. You can go on top of it and you get an amazing view. You get to walk up the bell tower. It's amazing. The Metropolitan Cathedral, the Catholic Cathedral, which isn't rendered, is this beautiful, modern, perfectly round. It looks like a crown. Inside, you just got this 360 degree of, like, stained glass windows. Beautiful. And the nice thing about Liverpool is because everything's quite self-contained. You can walk between everything within, like, half an hour. Honestly, it's a good place for a holiday. Genuinely. If you get a chance, it's cheap to come, cheap to stay, and it's got loads of shit in, and they're quite close. Everything's really close to each other. Like, I think it's a really good city to visit because there's so much to do. So many good restaurants, big indie scene, big art scene, big music scene. obviously. And football, if you're into that. Yeah, if you're into history and architecture, I mean, we've got, obviously, there's the Speak Hall as well. The Speak Hall, the Albert Dock, the Liver Building, the St. George's Hall, there's the Yankton Cathedral, there's the Metropolitan Cathedral, loads of good restaurants, there's the Tate Modern Art Gallery, there's the Walker Art Gallery with a load of really classical paintings in, loads of amazing stuff in the Walker Art Gallery. That amazing library. One of the best libraries in the world I've been to. Beautiful. It makes a mod. It's got a big modern section, which is really modern. It goes up 3 floors. There's it's beautiful. There's a terrace you can read on the roof of it. But then connected to it, there's also the really old section of the library. So you go through a door in this really modern library, and then you're in this massive circular reading room that looks like it came out of the 16th century. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's this beautiful mix of old and new, and I actually really like it for that. Because some cities are just new, and I find it boring, and some cities are just old, and that's also boring. But it's they have the zip line. They're not doing the zip line on the thing anymore. It was vetoed by the mayor, and then for unrelated reasons, the mayor was then arrested for fraud. And some of the modern buildings, architecture and architecture, is funky family. So there's a lot of contention around. There's a bunch of buildings here which don't look like they do in real life. There and there, which are really contentious. These very modern, striking buildings. I don't have a problem with them, but a lot of people do, and I can kind of see why. So the zip line could come back. No, they're putting it somewhere else. No, the contention funky family. A lot of people like them, and a lot of people think they're just trash like you do. And I honestly see both sides of it completely. I completely get it. There will be a zip line. It just won't land on top of a fucking library. Which was stupid. They're going to put it on top of the fucking shopping centre, which makes a lot more fucking sense. Right now we're going to go to Dublin. My home. Or my other home. That's Bootle. Bootle! Shell. Actually, the Bootle's important, though, because that's where I bought my PS4 after Rockstar sent me a fucking early copy of PS4 GTA 5, and I panicked. Because I was like, oh, shit. I joked about them giving me one. And they sent it to me, and I was like, oh, fuck, I don't have a PS4. So I ran and bought one. And a panic. There's all this old land. There's a lot of stuff around here. I mean, there's if you ever go up north as well, Liverpool, there's some really beautiful areas north of Liverpool. There's a big red squirrel sanctuary, which is really nice. There's a lot of nice beaches when you get up a bit, when you go north. The train line comes all the way up here. A lot of nice beaches. Where are we here? Oh, I did some of my driving lessons around here. Driving lessons were great because I went around the entirety of Liverpool City region basically when I was doing them. That's a beautiful. That's a big golf course, obviously. You can quite easily sort of get to nice beachy time quite quickly. There's Formby beaches, and they have a lot of sand dunes. Then if you go up to Ainsdale, there's a red squirrel sanctuary, and you see a lot of cute little red squirrels because they're really endangered because all the American grey squirrels came over and fucking killed them. Now there's a bunch of dunes, really sandy dunes. Formby is the place for the squirrels on the beach. See, the squirrels are near Formby, but it's a couple of stops ahead, and that's more Ainsdale. So that's Formby Beach, really nice. You can see how beachy it is. It's really nice dunes and shit like that. And then further north, there's a base. I know that's a base because I know a lot of people who went to the Air Cadets at this base exactly. This is a sort of little regional thing where Air Cadets land. Airforce does some stuff there. Little air base. Little air base. Ooh, I'm going a bit fast for this tiny airport, which is just used for like casual flights and not for ooh, God, I'm going a bit too fast. Ooh. Well, I'm going to call that a successful landing and take off again. Yeah, it's fine. Both times flying was cancelled due to weather. Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, that tracks. And now we're getting up north of there. Where are we now? Follow the train line. That's how I know it from. Is that Ainsdale? Oh God! Oh fucking hell! Frame rate! Frame rate! What the fuck? What the fuck? Frame rate! Stop! Immediately! They don't animate trains on the railways, no, which I'm so annoyed about Cheeky Bus Driver because I wish they did. Like, I'm assuming they could use the same tech for the railways, but they don't. Which forever annoys me. I think that's Ainsdale we just passed. I think? Oh, fuck. I'm kind of... It's hard from the air. I need to get higher. This is Southport. So, yeah, we went past Ainsdale. This is Southport, the northmost end of the Merseyrail train network. Because we started at the southern end of the Merseyrail trains near the airport. And this is Southport. Which... Jesus Christ, why is the frame rate absolutely shitting itself in Southport, of all places? It's got a pier, which isn't rendered. And it's got, like, some arcades. And it used to have a bunch of, like, amusement. Like, it used to have, like, roller coasters and shit here. But it kind of, you know, in the past 20 years became in a big state of disrepair. And they basically closed the Pleasure Beach and stuff like that because it, yeah. Did I go past Blackpool? No, Blackpool's just there. Blackpool is just there. I can see Blackpool Tower. I can just see it. Hang on. Yeah, there's Blackpool Tower, right there. You can just see it. So let's go have a look at Blackpool Tower because they've done that as a new model. Might as well go do that when we're going past. There's a really annoying thing. Blackpool seems really close, but the fact is, to get to it, you can't just drive. Like, you notice there's a river in the way, so you have to go all the way around. It takes fucking ages. Blackpool still has a theme park. Southport got rid of a lot of theirs though, most of it. Blackpool's still got a theme park, though. Blackpool is also a massive shithole, though. Have you heard that Boris Johnson wants to build a giant roundabout on the Isle of Man? The sad thing is, I don't believe you, but also, that sounds like a thing he'd do. Oh, we'll pass the Isle of Man when we're going to Dublin, actually. We'll pass by it. We'll go have a look. I don't think they've rented the Isle of Man in any way, meaningfully, but we might as well have a look. You went on your first roller coaster at Southport. So did I think. I'm not a fan of roller coasters, but I did go on my first one at Southport. Right, Blackpool, which I remember because as a child, I went to see the Blackpool lights a lot. They do this big display of lights all along the coast, and they have a lot of these really old trams that they also light up, which is really cool looking. Why is it shitting itself? Because this is an area I've not really gone before. God, the frame rate is... I'm getting 17 FPS. Why? I was getting 30 in London, and now it's like, oh shit, Blackpool. That's the complicated thing to render. Oh shit, well, we're going to do a Blackpool. So Blackpool, you go along, yeah, there's trams. Where do the trams start? There's the tram station. You see that little white building on the left? And you can see the tram lines running along the front. It's a public thing, but they use loads of really old trams, and they look really nice. And, I say they're all decorated in lights, and the whole... There's the roller coasters, which are not rendered. Why is it shitting itself? So, I don't know. It's just lagging to shit. I'm sorry about that. I don't know why it's doing that. And there's Blackpool Tower, which is a custom asset. You can tell because it loaded from 1,000,000 miles away, and it looks better than everything else around it. Oh, smooth. Oh, it suddenly just smoothed up there. All right, and... Pause. So, pause. There we go. Blackpool Tower. That looks nice. Nice model. I get the comment about Blackpool looking shit around it, but that's exactly how I remember Blackpool looking. So, wait, how do you pause and look around? There's active pause. It's called active pause. It keeps the world rendering, but it just stops you in midair. Yeah. That's exactly how Blackpool should look, like a shithole. And there's a pier. There is a pier right there, but obviously it doesn't know how to deal with piers, the game. Which is why... That's how the Southend Pier used to look, and they have to add them in custom. So Brighton Pier and Southend Pier, they've added in custom, but they haven't added Blackpool Pier. Because the AI just like, oh, fuck, what's that? Right, now let's go to fucking Dublin. You've been using slew mode to pause, but you can't free look in it. You got to use active pause. That's the way. But yes, there are 3 piers, but that's the one I remember. Let's go to Dublin. Now, the way I remember getting to Dublin is you take off from Liverpool and you just follow the North Welsh coast and then keep going west, and then you end up in Dublin. But the Isle of Man should be nearby. Now, the slightly annoying thing is there's the UK and Ireland update, and they've added literally nothing to Dublin. Nothing. Not a thing. Dublin Airport still terrible looking. There's no photogrammetry in Dublin. There's no custom assets in Dublin. They haven't even added the spire in the middle of Dublin, the big fucking spire with the light on it. It's literally a cone. It's just a cone. Just a silver cone. Take a fucking artist literally 2 minutes to make it. It's a cone. I could probably fucking make it. In Blend, like, I don't even know how to use Blender. I could probably figure it's a cone. Photogrammetry's done so much for English. I mean, it's added a few cities for photogrammetry, but not many. It's got London and Birmingham. And you've got custom assets in a few places. But honestly, the frustrating thing I find with custom assets is in some places, they make the fact there's no photogrammetry stand out more. Like London, previously, when it was just the Shard, Tower Bridge, the Tower of London, and the O2 being custom assets and everything else just being generated, made everything stand out more as worse, because you'd see these big assets and then everything around it would look completely wrong and really shit, and it made it stand out more. And like Liverpool, they've added the Liver building, and they've added the 2 football stadiums and the airport, but nothing else. So you're looking at the Liver building going, that looks nice, and then literally next to it you can see this fucking big cathedral, which is just some flats, and I'm like, well, do it properly or don't bother, sort of is my attitude with it. You know, if you're going to add some custom assets, just do it properly or not. And then it's, again, they've called it the UK and Ireland update, but as far as I can tell, they've added, I think, maybe like 5 custom assets in the entirety of Ireland. They've added the Rock of Cashel, which I've been to, which I had a look at, and it looks kind of quite shit, actually. It doesn't look like the Rock of Cashel. Which is, it's like an ancient cathedral on top of a literal big rock, right? When I say ancient, I mean, it's 1,000 years old. The initial cathedral is 1,000 years old, and it's ancient. I mean, it's not functioning, it's rock, and it's not got no roof and stuff like that, but it's incredible. It's an incredible site, and they've got that as a custom asset. It doesn't look right. They've added, I think they've added a couple of things. I think they've added the Titanic Belfast, which is some Titanic experience thing in Belfast. I've been to Belfast. But they've not nothing to Dublin. Nothing. It's the capital of the fucking country, and you can't even be bothered to add a single thing. At the bare minimum, put the fucking spire in it. It's a cone. It's the centerpiece of the city. You can see it from miles away. And it's a cone. Yeah, the thing is that Fizzguy, it would be better if they use Google Maps, but obviously, you know, it's Microsoft. They're going to use their own platform. But here's the key. There is ways to, and people have done it. They've extracted the Google Maps photogrammetry, and they can import it into this. And I've seen a few of them, and I tried to get them to work, and I couldn't. I don't know what, I think I was just doing something wrong. I don't know what I was doing wrong. But I couldn't get them to work. Because I tried Liverpool, I just turned Liverpool into this fucking, like, big hellscape. But there's ways you can import Google Maps data into this VFR map, because I went a bit farther north than I was expecting. So yeah, there's Holyhead. If you usually, whenever I was getting sometimes we take a boat to Dublin, and a lot of the boats go from here in Wales, Holyhead, and you know it's because it's half. You've already went half the distance on land. You could also get a boat from Liverpool, but it'd be like a slow boat, and it'd take you overnight. Like you get on it at like 11. It'd take like 6 hours, and you'd sleep on it. You'd have a berth. You get woken up like 5 a.m. coming into Dublin. Also, there's here, but it takes like 3 hours to drive here. You get some beautiful scenery though. Actually, I'm gonna head over there because apparently they've done. Apparently, some of the things they've done is they've gotten better terrain and data for like mountains and hills and stuff for Wales and the lakes and stuff. So let's have a look down here. Why don't they just use Google Maps? Because it's not made It's made by Microsoft. It's made by Microsoft. They don't want to pay Google a license fee. They want to show off Bing. Because this game, the only reason it feels like it really exists and it was even allowed to exist is because it's using Azure AI tech. It's using Microsoft's fancy AI tech to do it, and it's using Bing Maps. You know, all the tech that's making this work is Microsoft tech, and they're clearly just wanting to show off their own tech. They don't want to be like, oh, here's our competing. You know, why wouldn't Google just give it to them? Why would they just give it to them? They're a business. And again, Microsoft want to show off the thing. The game wouldn't have been made if it was used Google. Microsoft wouldn't have given it money if it was going to use a competing fucking service. Does Microsoft own Bing? Yes? Do people not know Microsoft own Bing? Bing is Microsoft's search engine. What? Like it's all, I'm not going into the clouds. There's not enough there. It's just clouds. I just see where I'm going. What does Microsoft do besides Windows? It does AI tech. It does cloud computing tech. Azure. It does Bing, which includes Bing Maps and Bing Search. And Bing Search is more popular than you think because Bing Maps and Bing Search are very commonly licensed to other providers. A lot of mapping software and a lot of other mapping, like TomTom and stuff like that. A lot of things license their map data from Bing Maps because they have cheap licensing. Azure AI tech is very popular. The cloud computing stuff's very popular. Their enterprise stuff's very popular. Bing Search, much like Bing Maps, is very commonly licensed. You know, most search engines that you see that aren't Google, you know, you see all these competing search engines. A lot of them are using Bing Search. A lot of them are just using Bing with a different skin. You know, Bing's an attempt to be a full competitor to fucking Google. It's got Bing Maps, Bing Search, Bing Images, Bing Video. It's Google. It's just Microsoft's Google. DuckDuckGo uses Bing for some sort of. It uses Bing for some things, but it searches theirs. But it will pull things from Bing to supplement it. It was kind of forgotten about, DGK Dragon. But the thing is, most people will use the default things on their computers, and Microsoft defaults to Bing, and most people just use that. And they license it quite popularly. And yeah, Bing Maps it used to be used quite frequently, Bing Maps, in a lot of other tech. I mean, DuckDuckGo used to use Bing Maps. They've switched to Apple Maps for most of their stuff now. Because the Apple are consistently quite good with privacy. Yeah, OpenStreetMap, yeah, it licenses a lot of its stuff from Bing. Doesn't Bing stand for Bing, not Google? Probably. Wouldn't surprise me. Is Apple Maps any good? It used to be shit when it launched, and honestly, it's gotten a lot better. I use it now, purely because it just runs smoothly. Google Maps just lags the shit because it's got so much different. Apple Maps now, they've got their own Street View. And Apple Maps' Street View is really excellent. Like, I find it better than Google's. Because it overlays, when you're looking at Apple Maps Street View, it overlays everything in the 3D view. In the Street View, it overlays, like, icons and streets and stuff like that. Not only that, but it does this really weird power. Like, clearly on the cars they're using to get the Street View imagery, they've got clearly some... I don't know if they're using some AI thing to go over the pictures or what, but when you're turning, it has a weird parallax effect. So it looks like when you're turning, it looks like it's a 3D image. Apple's Map Street View. Originally, it was just San Francisco. And I thought they hadn't done the outside the US, but when I checked the other day, they've done... London's done. Dublin's done. All of Dublin's done. All of London's done. They haven't done Liverpool, but they've done quite a few places now. And it's really smooth. It's just really smooth, at least on Apple devices. I like it. I prefer it to Google's Street View. Because it's Google Street View, but they've obviously done it a bit more. They've done it more recently, so the tech's a bit more fancy. And they're like, "Oh, look, it's parallax." And I'm like, "That looks nice." Apple Car's good about. Usually, they contract this stuff out. Usually, they just want to contract that stuff out. I mean, Apple Maps, their original big sell was their photogrammetry. They were the first. When Apple Maps launched, they launched going like, "Hey, look, we've got photogrammetry." And it's before Google and Microsoft had photogrammetry. And they were like, "Look, we've got 3D maps of everything." And then, you know, everyone was like, "That's cool." And then Google just did it more better. Actually, well, to be fair, Google's photogrammetry is really good. It's more accurate than Apple's one, but I like Apple's one a little more because their coloring's better. Their coloring's nicer. The coloring of Apple Maps look nicer. And also, they're doing little things like if you go to London on Apple Maps, the London Eye is rotating, and the Big Ben, stop! Oh my god, my trim's pulled all the way up. And Big Ben, the time on Big Ben is like the real time. It's little cute things. It's little cute things. Fuck it. But then, yeah, their Street View stuff's really nice. I don't know, I've always preferred Apple's, like, implementation of their tech when it comes to, like, especially when it comes to stuff like maps. However, the problem with that usually comes from the fact that because Google's so popular and so big, they're able to get data from, like, everything and a lot of it. Whereas Apple have a lot less data. So inherently, what ends up happening is while their implementation is usually a bit better, it's so much more focused that a lot of places it doesn't work at all. And it's like, oh, okay. Actually, the problem with Apple's like stuff like that. If you leave this game, we'll have to restart the flight I was doing prior. Yeah, but you can use Slow Mo to get back where you are. Or you can just click a pin on the map and start where you want on the map. Right, so this is... Where am I now? This is the start of House. I've driven down this way a lot. I need to go on Coast Road. Hang on. If I just pull around here, I remember this mountain quite significantly. This is not mountain. It's this this. It's very pretty. Shh, quiet. Quiet, love. Quiet now. Shh, quiet. No, fuck. That. You look like one of the roads goes through it in a tunnel, and the other goes around it. And oh my god, that road that goes around it is so cool. Look at that. Oh, that doesn't. Yeah, I doesn't know what to do there. That's a really cool thing to just see. It's beautiful. This isn't. You can get on Game Pass, DJK Dragon. Like, it's on Game Pass. Game Pass is just like the best deal in gaming. Absolutely the best deal in gaming. Just 100%. There's so much on there, especially now they've added loads of Bethesda stuff. And they're getting all of EA Play stuff as well. So you'll have the entire Bethesda back catalog, pretty much. The entire EA back catalog. All of Microsoft's shit. All of Microsoft's new games. It's such a good deal. How's Ubisoft Plus? I've bought Ubisoft Plus for, like, when I've wanted to play a Ubisoft game, because it's often cheaper to just buy Ubisoft Plus for a month than play a Ubisoft game that way, rather than buying the game. But it's just Ubisoft games, and, I own most of them, so it's a bit unnecessary. Which is like... Shh. I don't have this on Game Pass. Well, I have this on the Microsoft. I got this review code. So this is the Ultimate Edition. But the Ultimate Edition just comes within a few extra planes and a couple of extra modeled airports. And there's this. This is pretty. I remember going there. This town looks really pretty. I don't know what it is, but it's like surrounded by mountains on all sides. And the sea on the other end. It just looks like such a cool little town. Like, it's really weird. Although there's this. Hang on. That road's amazing. This is why I remember, like, going to Ireland on the boat. Is coming around this way. And, like... I want to go to the Isle of Man as well. You've been distracted by Apple Maps for the last 10 minutes. It's good. I've messed around with Apple Maps a lot. The problem I have with it is it's like... Some of the data it gets is less accurate. Like, for transport data, it's often not... Like, there's been times when I've wanted to go and get a bus. Right, and I've been like, okay, what bus do I need to get? And Apple Maps will tell me, oh, yeah, there's one bus you can get. And then I look on Google Maps, it's like, oh, there's like 5 buses that go that direction, you can get on any. I'm like, oh. So there's a lot of times I just check Google Maps for, like, transport information. Because Apple Maps is just less consistent with it. Which is annoying. Because Apple Maps feels like it would be the best mapping software if it had a bit better, I don't know. It's finicky. Like, I use it to look around a lot, but if I'm actually trying to navigate, I often don't. I still have Google Maps for the rare thing. And also, I mean, there's... What's it called? City map? Shit, what's it called? City thing. City, shitty, fuck, wait. Travel, fuck, wait, hang on. Let me find it. City Mapper, it's called. Which is, basically a public transportation app. And they do really curated public transport information for single cities. And recently they added a lot of the north. They added Leeds, Manchester, and Liverpool. And it's excellent. It's excellent, but that's really curated for cities, and it's only got certain cities on them. So I started using that now. But to be fair, it only got added to Liverpool, Manchester, and Leeds like a few months ago, and obviously I've not been traveling anywhere, so I've not really had a chance to use it properly. That's the thing. Yeah, Google's real-time traffic stuff, like Apple's, like... One of the things that kind of I struggled with Apple Maps, especially early on, is that when you look at business information on Google Maps, it's curated by the businesses and usually like guides, like local guides, they call them, where they just will fix stuff. So when you look at Google Maps and you look at a list of businesses and you look at the map and you can see a lot of pins, they usually write with an Apple Maps. Sometimes I'd open the list and I'd see a business there and I went, that closed 2 years ago. And then I remember once I went through Liverpool and I just started going around and like marking everything. So you can report stuff. And I reported about 100 things. I sat down for a couple of hours and just did it. And they changed all the things I gave them. I'm sort of going, Jesus Christ, I was the first person to even try and do that in like 2 years. And I'm like, oh, that bodes well. Like, oh yeah, I've gone. Holyhead. Right. Like when I use the bus, Google Maps telling me the bus is delayed. That's using a lot of, as some cities have active bus tracking. That's the frustrating thing with Google, isn't it? Because Google's good because they've got all the data, but equally I don't want to use Google because I don't want to give them any of my data. You know. And I've done my best at like getting like fucking Google off, basically. In the back, I've stopped using most Google services. I think the only thing I use is like Gmail occasionally. And I've fobbed up everything else. I use DuckDuckGo now. I use Apple Maps. You know, I've kind of tried to get rid of most big tech. So I switched to Apple for a lot of stuff and switched to independent stuff for a lot of other things just because, you know, like I fucking, yeah, I use DuckDuckGo instead of Google Search now. Occasionally I still use Google Image Search for certain things if I'm trying to find something really specific, but I mainly use just DuckDuckGo for DuckDuckGo Search. It's pretty good. Yes, Signal. I moved from WhatsApp to Signal to get away from Facebook. I've moved from Google Maps to Apple Maps and Citymapper. Yeah. I mean, actually, I still use YouTube, so I can't get away completely. But I've tried to, like, you know, use Ecosia. I don't like Ecosia. See, I wanted a more independent search engine. Also, DuckDuckGo has really good customizability features. Like, you can center it. You can center it and put it in dark mode, which I know sounds like a small thing, but for a website I use all the fucking time. The amount of times I use Google and I had to crane my fucking neck to the left. Like, so I like using DuckDuckGo because it's got customizability, and I like DuckDuckGo as a company. So I kind of have stuck with them, even though they're slightly inaccurate at times. I quite like them. I wanted to move to Proton Mail. I wanted to move to Proton Mail because it looks really good. I just had a problem with it because it doesn't work with standard IMAP clients, so you have to use their own specific fucking client. I'm like, I just want a nice email. I don't want to have to stop using my fucking nice email client just to fucking use Proton Mail. So it's like, oh no, but encryption. I'm like, I don't care. I'm like, oh no, you have to download the fucking stupid Proton Mail app on your phone. I'm like, oh my god, I have like fucking 20 email accounts. I'm not using a different app for one of my emails. That's really annoying. So I don't. With Proton Mail Bridge, yeah, only on computers. On the phone, on the fucking phone, you can't use Proton Mail Bridge. You have to use your own fucking app. And again, I'm not faffing around. Oh, I've gone the wrong way. For passwords wise, you move from LastPass to Bitwarden. Yeah, I don't like pass. I like OnePass. I think they're really good. It doesn't work on phones. Yeah, no, you can't use the thing. You have to use ProtonMail's mail app on phones, which I don't want to fucking do. If I was just using one email, yeah, but I'm not. I have 20 emails, which I use. I use Spark because it curates them really well. Oh, I'm not fucking... I hate that. So many apps are just like, no, you have to use our thing because we're so important. I hate that. So there's lots of apps that try and do that. Like, oh, we've made it really good, but you have to like change everything. And you have to use our specific. I'm like, can you fuck off? Like, I'm not changing everything just to fit in with this one fucking thing. You have to fit into my thing, not the other way around. And it's especially annoying with fucking with Proton Mail, because you have to pay for the fucking thing. I'm paying for it, and you make me go out of my fucking way. It's inconvenient and paid for. Like, if it was convenient, I'd pay for it. But fucking hell, I'm not fucking... I'd happily pay for it if they just let you... I wish they just had an option, like a tick box going, please don't bother to encrypt the fucking email. Just let me do IMAP, please. Thank you. Fuck off. Basically. But it doesn't. It just doesn't. It's really annoying. I saw a thing. Wait. I saw a thing. Wait, shit. I saw a thing I missed. Wait, where is it? What do I use to make video thumbnails? I've switched away from Adobe completely because I don't use Adobe anymore. I use Affinity Photo, which is excellent. It opens PSDs. It works with Photoshop plugins. It's smoother than Photoshop. It does everything Photoshop does. And it's only 20 quid. Up front. No monthly subscription. 20 quid. Fucking here's the app. You get loads of updates. It's great. Right now, they have a 90-day free trial on it as well. And they have an Illustrator competitor. And they also have an InDesign competitor. And I've heard the Illustrator one's really good. And I've heard their InDesign competitor's really good as well. Publisher. I don't like GIMP. GIMP's really fucking awkward. Honestly, Affinity Photo is absolutely excellent. It's 90-day free trial on their website, on Affinity's website. British company. It's really smooth. I originally went to them because... Adobe for years were like, oh, we're going to make Photoshop for the iPad and it's going to be full Photoshop. And I'm like, right, okay. And I waited for ages. And I had an iPad Pro, so I'm waiting for Photoshop because I need Photoshop. I'm waiting. They finally brought out Photoshop and like, right, here's Photoshop. I'm like, yeah, huh? And I'm like, oh, it's 20 quid with 50% off Uniquets. But it's on 50% sale a lot. It's 20 quid on sale. It's like 45 off sale. Which is still a good deal. But yeah, the iPad one, right? So Photoshop released on the iPad. And you know what Photoshop on the iPad was? Photoshop on the iPad, they were like, oh, it's full Photoshop. And then they released it. And and many people who use Photoshop every day, opened it and went, it's missing everything. It's got like 3 tools. This isn't full Photoshop. I'm like, oh no, it's on the same code base as Photoshop, so we're calling it full Photoshop. And I'm like, you can't call it full Photoshop if it's missing all the tools. It didn't even have a pen tool. Like, what? Like, fuck off, Adobe. And they're like, oh yeah, that's 10 quid a month if you want iPad Photoshop. So they wanted to charge 10 quid a fucking month for full Photoshop, which was like 5 tools. Fuck off. Then I found out Affinity Photo was on the iPad, and Affinity Photo on the iPad is full Photoshop. Affinity Photo on the iPad is Affinity Photo for the desktop, but made for an iPad. So they've just changed all the UI to make it work properly on an iPad, and it's smooth and functional, but it's got all the features. It's got all the features. And I went, oh, I'll switch to that then. Then I found out they had a desktop application. Then I opened the desktop application and went, oh, it's Photoshop. Oh, it runs better. Oh, it only costs 20 quid up front. I don't have to they're not scamming me out of fucking 50 quid a month. Like, honestly, Dark Knife, try the 90-day trial of, like, they've got a 90-day trial. Try it. One of the things that put me off a bit with it originally was that some of the keyboard shortcuts are different. And I could have changed them to Photoshop shortcuts, but I made a point to keep them the Affinity ones because I wanted to relearn them. And some of my muscle memory was a bit off at the start, but it does everything the same. One of the other things it does as well is that some of the things have different names. So, for example, instead of content aware, there's content aware fill and content aware brush in Photoshop. It's not called content aware in Affinity Photo. It's called in painting. So there's some terms that are a bit different. But they do the same thing. So Affinity Designer or Photo. Designer's Photoshop. No, sorry. Affinity Photo is Photoshop. Affinity Designer is Illustrator. That's the difference. Yeah, that's the difference. And like as Derpy's saying, there's not really a good video editor. I think like Resolve's the closest editor you can really get on a PC, but there's a lot of stuff it doesn't do well that Premiere does, especially if you want to do motion stuff in like in After Effects. The closest thing to that system is Final Cut and Motion on a Mac, which still has their problems, and you have to have a Mac, which most people don't. So there's not a good, a thing to that. But like we at Nerdcube moved away completely from Adobe because Dan doesn't edit videos, so he doesn't need anything. He occasionally uses Photoshop, so I just bought him Affinity Photo. Rebecca only uses Photoshop very occasionally as well, so I bought them Affinity Photo as well. And the only application I used was Photoshop, so I just bought Affinity Photo. So we spent, I think, what? Well, it would have been 80 quid. 80 quid all in on 3 desktop. No. 100 quid all in. 100 quid all in on 4 desktop licenses for Affinity Photo, 3 Windows ones and a Mac one, and then another 10, and then 1 iPad one. So I have it 3 times because I've got a bunch of computers. 100 quid all in, and I want to put out to pay for a single month of an Adobe Creative Cloud subscription is 50 quid per person. So we were paying 150 quid a month for Creative Cloud as a company. And I replaced it with something I got for 100 quid on its own. Like, absolutely fuck off Adobe. I fucking hate Adobe as well. I think they stagnant. They just stagnate. Like, their software's just stagnant. And then you should be thankful for their updates. And it runs like shit on Photoshop runs like shit. And it's fucking really fucking power hungry. And it just runs like absolute arse. And it annoys me. But Affinity Photo, it's like, especially on the Mac, on the iPad, it's using Metal Acceleration, which is their, like, graphics API. It's like DirectX. So it's really fucking smooth, and on Windows it's really fucking smooth as well. 151. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous, Unicrets. Like, literally, fucking Adobe's fucking suite is just such a fucking swizz. Especially because, basically, what they do is they say, hey, do you want one app? And I'm like, okay, if you're like, hey, Adobe, I need 3 apps. They're like, okay, so you can either buy one app on its own for 20 quid a month, each. So it'd be 60 quid for the 3 apps, or you can buy every single app we have for 50 quid a month. And I'm like, well, I don't need all your apps. I don't need all of them. I just need 3 of them. And most people just need like a couple of them. They don't need every creative. They don't need everything in the Adobe suite. No one does. A couple of people probably do, but most people only need a few of the apps from the Adobe suite. Like, and something like, they have a photography subscription, which is just a Photoshop. Which even then is like, what? 10 quid a month? Which, you can get Affinity Photo for 25 quid. It's just 2.5 months worth of that subscription. And it's got updates for years. It's £10 for a subscription, but that's a month. That's still really expensive for one app. For one app that I can get the same app that runs better for 25 quid, just all in. No subscription. All in. And I bought it ages ago, and I'm still getting updates. I don't know how long I get updates for it. I just keep getting updates. Ridiculous. And yeah, with the full Creative Cloud subscription, fucking ludicrous. And they force you to buy it, because if you need like 2 or 3 apps, it's cheaper to buy the full Creative Cloud. And they do that on purpose. They do that on purpose. They completely do that on purpose. Just to get more fucking money out of you. Which is fucking ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, I use Final Cut, Unicrets. I've used Final Cut the entire time. Like, every Nerdcube video, bar like 5 in the past like 3 years, has been edited on Final Cut on a Mac. Actually, no, I take that back. A few of them have been edited on, what's it called? I can't remember. There's an editor for the iPad. There's a video editor on the iPad. A really popular one. I can't remember. I've used that for a few videos as well. Like, every single video you've watched on the Nerdcube channels has been edited and rendered on a Mac, and a few have been edited and rendered on an iPad. And every single thumbnail has been done for the past year on Affinity Photo. Like, Absolutely no fucking need for fucking Adobe shit. Right, I'm going to go to the Isle of Man very quickly. I'm going to go to Dublin, and then I'm going to end. And the thing is, Adobe subscription, a subscription option isn't a bad one, I don't think, because subscribing to an application, because you're basically then paying for updates, right? Because previously, Adobe, like years ago, you know, you want the whole Adobe suite, you were paying $1,000. You just give them $1,000, and you get Adobe CS5 or whatever the fuck, right? But then when CS6 came out, you have to pay them another $1,000, right? You know, and every couple of years, paying a couple of $1,000, that's really expensive. So having a subscription where you're just paying X amount a month, and it's paying monthly, especially for businesses, is better because you can budget properly for your cash flow. And if you're using all the apps and you were going to be buying it every couple of years anyway, it probably works out cheaper. And so I like having it as an option, but it shouldn't be the only option at all. Like, and this is the thing though, it doesn't have to be that way, because I bought Final Cut 10, right, on a Mac 7 years ago, 8 years ago, for 200 quid application. And that's had lifetime updates. I've been getting updates for it, really significant ones, for 8 years. Just 200 quid. I haven't paid any more money for it, ever. I recently bought Motion, which is their After Effects variant, and that's, I think, 50 quid. You know, and I think Compressor was 40 quid, which is their, like, renderer. You know, so all in, it was like 350 quid. All in. Over 7 years. Which is fuck all. Affinity Photos cost me, like for 3 copies of Affinity Photo, it's cost me, what, like, 60? So all in, like 400 quid. For my high-end video editor and my photo editors. All in, 400 quid. Which is less than it costs to have Creative Cloud for a year. Which is ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. Can I do all my editing on an iPad? No, I can't. I can't do all my editing on an iPad. It's slower. Just due to the fact of the matter is, there's no good video editors on the iPad. There's one which is okay, which is what I've used for some basic videos. But it's not substantive enough to do anything more complicated or bigger. And also the iPad still has the problem with files, because the iPad's got kind of 3 ways of doing files. There's the it's got 1 way of doing files. It's kind of 3. It's annoying. So for videos, right, on an iPad, if you have a video file and you want to import it into something, right? On an iPad, normally on a computer, you know, on a PC, it'd just be in File Explorer. On a Mac, it'd be in Finder, right? And you just move it. On an iPad, there's 3 places it can be. It can either be in your Files app, or it can be in your Photos app, or, for example, if you're using Dropbox, like we do to you know, if any videos are done, Dan and Steve put all their videos in Dropbox, and I have to download them. On a Mac, it's fine. It just downloads them automatically. On an iPad, you can't set Dropbox to download stuff automatically. So I have to click and download everything manually through files, but Files doesn't like big files like that, and multiple ones, and it just bugs out every time I try and download a load of files. So I can't edit Daku videos on it because it just freaks the fuck out. Then I can use the Dropbox app to download everything, but then I can't import directly from the Dropbox app into any video editor because there's no direct connection between them. Some video editors have Dropbox support built in, but it has to re-download them from Dropbox again. And then I could take stuff from files and put it into photos, and I can put it. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's a mess, and it's a mess, and I don't like it, and it's just awkward and it's frustrating. But I can do basic edits. If there's a single video file, like for example, I edited a few videos that recorded on a Switch for it. They weren't 4K videos from they weren't like 2-hour-long 4K videos on a computer. They weren't like a load of 4K files like Steve's videos. They were basic, you know, they were 50 minutes of recording, 40 minutes of recording, single file, sync the audio and videos, chop, 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 easy. I could do that on an iPad, absolutely fine. That's kind of why one of the reasons I got the iPad, because I wanted something that could do light editing in a pinch. Like when I'm at Dan and Rebecca's, or if I'm away or whatever, I want to be able to do light editing in a pinch. You know, I could probably edit a show video on it. It'd be a faff, but I could. But that's what it's for. And it's very capable of that. Weirdly, God, I remember I rendered a video on it. One of the videos I rendered on it was a 4K plays video. It was 20 minutes long. And normally that takes, 15, 20 minutes to render. On the iPad, it took 6. It took 6 minutes to render on this fucking iPad with no fan. I'm like, what the shit? I remember doing that, and then they were like, oh, we're releasing Apple Silicon Max. And I'm like, oh my God, if they have even anything close to the performance of that iPad, I'm going to fucking shit myself. Which is why I'm liking these new Macs. And yeah, you can get a keyboard and stuff like that, but the fact of the matter is, there's no good video editor. The second Apple releases a Final Cut for iPad, which honestly they might do at some point, and they fix their file system to, be consistent and work properly and work more like an actual computer, then absolutely I could do all the editing on an iPad. Absolutely. But for now, I need a computer. And like it's yeah. It's this plays Infinite Fuel. Yeah, I have Infinite Fuel on in the options. I know it's easy. I just like flying around, like in the options. In assistance. So you can see the options I have on in assistance. I have all the waypoints off, crash damage is off, air crash stress is off, engine stress is off, icing is just visual. Unlimited fuel, auto mixture, aircraft lights on, yeah, I've got all the random bollocks on because I can't be bothered with it. It's also a scam for Adobe 2 since Universal tend to favor setting up a lifetime subscription of hell. Yeah, it's annoying, and that's why I've been so. The problem is though, if you use Lightroom or you do video editing, yeah, you're kind of stuck in Adobe because yeah, there's some other options for video editors, but there's not really a good Lightroom option. There's not much of a good Lightroom option. But Affinity Photo, if you're just someone who uses Photoshop, Affinity Photo, 100%. And if you're doing colors, I mean, Affinity Photo has some color stuff in, and if you're doing basic color stuff, it might do you instead of Lightroom. Lightroom is it's a photo editing app, but it's for photographers to do like color work mainly is what it's for. I don't know where's the ground doing something weird. And if you're on a Mac, obviously you have the alternate stuff of Final Cut on the Apple suite. This is the Isle of Man. Hey, Manx. But obviously most people aren't. Like, fine, you can fancy things raw files. I mean, you can work with them in stuff like Affinity Photo and Photoshop, but Lightroom is a very specialist photo processing app sort of thing. It is it's very specialist just for like someone who uses Lightroom can explain it better than me, but it's for color work because Photoshop always has too much for that. And yeah, it's a good flow for it. Yeah, as Dark Knife says, there's a reason it's sort of the gold standard because for a lot of things like that, you don't want to open Photoshop because you don't need all the other shit. You just want to do one thing. Monks. I do like the Isle of Man. I haven't been there in ages. I really want to go. Is this Douglas? I think this is Douglas. Nothing quite gets the same close to Lightroom. Not really. As I say, I would have a look at Affinity Photo because it does do some things that Lightroom does that Photoshop doesn't, as far as I can tell. Because clearly, I think they're trying to make it sort of a bit of a Lightroom competitor as well. This isn't Douglas. But it's good. I give it a try. Honestly, if any of you use Photoshop or Lightroom, take advantage of that 90-day free Affinity trial and just have a mess with it. Because you might be surprised how fucking capable it is. You know. Because Affinity is really surprisingly lightweight. Surprisingly lightweight. Use Luminar 4 which light replacements for tiles. I know there's a few Lightroom placements. So that's not really something I use though. I don't really do color work or anything. So it's not really something I can speak on. Does Adobe collect data? Not from your app usage, no. Not really. It does collect some data from you. You have to have the Creative Crowd updater and stuff on your fucking computer. God, getting Affinity Photo was so refreshing because I bought it. And you know what happened? It gave me a license code, and then it went, okay, have fun, bye. And I was like, okay. Where Adobe's like, oh, you've got to sign in every computer. No, you can't have it signed into more than 2 computers at once, otherwise I'll fucking kill you. I'm like, oh. Oh, you've got to install the fucking Creative Cloud utility suite. I'm like, oh, I don't care. And it's like, oh, it's going to do all this shit. And I'm like, oh, I don't care. Affinity's like, oh, you put a license key in and fuck off. And in the last update, they've added the ability for you to sign into the app, but only because you can buy like paint brushes and stuff from their site. And I did. And it was like, you have to buy them from the site, download them, and like put them in a folder, which is a bit of a faff. So that you can just sign in and automatically download your brushes. That's there purely for an ease of use thing rather than them trying to control your thing. Oh yeah, Affinity just gives you a license key that works for 90 days. Yeah. Like, you bought Affinity unless they're missing something that doesn't have several features Photoshop use ready to control. Affinity Photo has literally all the tools of Photoshop, but most of the time, if you can't find them, it's because they have a different shortcut or they're a different name. That threw me off at first. One of the things that threw me off as well is that, because on the Mac, one of the things I regularly do is on the Mac, you can search through all the menu bar items. So you can search through, like, that's how I navigate in Photoshop. I just have a shortcut and I can just type in, oh, I want to do this X. Just type in the word blur and it'll give you all the blur menu bar items. So I don't have to go searching through menus. And I remember it threw me off a bit when I started using Affinity Photo because it uses the British spelling. So it puts a U in, like the word colour, for example, which is how I normally spell. But I've got so used to it in Photoshop just not using U. So there was a small learning curve with it, GIMP is just, it's got a terrible UI, and I think it does a lot of things worse, honestly. I don't know. Affinity it's smooth and it's well made, and I like paying for stuff. I like paid for products. I don't like freeware because freeware is often just. I don't like OBS. Like, I like a nice paid product that's professionally made and smooth and shit. Oh shit! Oh shit! Thanks for this words. Thank you for the raid, Simons, dude. Please remind. Oh shit! Remind me to raid when I finish. I'm gonna get to Dublin. I'm gonna finish. I'll be finishing in like the next 10 minutes. GIMP does just kind of suck. Like, that's the thing. It's fine for really basic stuff, but if you're using it regularly or you need to do really specific smooth stuff, it's just annoying. So I like Affinity a lot. Oh God, I really like Affinity. The more I've been using it over the past year, the more I've become enamored with it. Some of the things are slightly not confusing, but some to throw me off a bit. The way it does filters, for example, if you want to do color correction to a layer, it actually places a filter layer above the layer. So you can edit the filter separately from the layer, but it also means, like, for example, if for Nerky videos, what I usually do is, a bit dirty. I don't mask it. I just literally anything that's on top of the logo is a separate layer that I've just cut out and put on top of it. However, if I want to color correct that entire image, or just up the brightness or up the contrast or whatever, it only applies to the low one because it's a filter, or it'll apply to the logo as well. And you have to do some things you just have to do in a slightly different way. One of the things I really like about Affinity is if I've applied effect to the layer, like a Gaussian blur or a shadow or whatever, and then I rasterize the layer. It will, when I'm rasterizing the layer, it will say, do you want me to preserve the FX as a separate FX thing that you can still modify, or do you want me to bake it into the rasterize? And I love having that option. That Photoshop didn't do that by default. There's some things I really like. I got alternatives to Photoshop if you use it to make Artist Clip Studio Paint. Well, Rebecca doesn't use Photoshop for art. Rebecca's moved over to a few different apps for art making as well now. And only uses Photoshop for the occasional touch of something, which is why I've tried to get them to move to thingy. How do I get logo behind stuff? I just cut out a thing. If there's a person at the front frame, I just get the pen tool and cut them out. And just put them on top. The cyberpunk thumbnail is really simple. It's just I cut out your woman at the front, put that over the top of the logo, and then I just did loads of post-processing on the logo to make it look all glitchy and shit. The other thing is instant switching between all three programs personas. Well, that's a thing. I've heard so many people complain about Illustrator because when you open Illustrator, it's got a completely different layout to Photoshop and all the shortcuts are different for some fucking reason. Whereas Affinity Photo and Affinity Designer, Affinity thingy, they're Illustrator competitor, which I forgot the name of all of a sudden. They have the same layout and shortcuts, so it's consistent. because I never wanted to learn Illustrator because it was just like always like, oh yeah, you have to just learn everything again for no reason. So if any photos got to turn over Lightroom, I don't know things honestly. I don't know. I don't use Lightroom, but I would recommend trying it and seeing if it would be a good alternative for you. I'd recommend try. I say 90-day trial. I think I always say you've got to try these apps to see if they work for you because apps are like it depends on your usage and why you like it. You know, and what features you use the most. Like, I make thumbnails in Photoshop. I make backgrounds. I make, you know... I'm not doing, like, advanced photo work, really. I'm just doing compositing stuff. And Affinity is great for me, because it does all the stuff that I use in Photoshop. And it does it smoother, and I like the way it works better. But it might not for you. You might need something that's... You know, there's probably a few features in Photoshop that Affinity Photo doesn't have that are really specific for, like... that, you know... That's how you have to test. That's how you have to do it. You have to check that. And same with Final Cut. You know, Final Cut doesn't do a lot of the things Premiere does. You know, I know I've spoken to a lot of people who use Premiere and like people who've done. I've watched people making graphs, and they can code them. You can't do that in Final Cut. I'm not doing that in Final Cut, though, so it's fine. Like I don't need that. And I've started doing a bit of stuff in Apple Motion, which is their After Effects competitor. Like, for example, the animations you see in my streams, you know, the starting soon thing, they're all done in Apple Motion. Which is kind of like thingy, but the problem I have with Apple Motion is it seems really fully featured. It's got full 3D editors in it and everything. You can do 3D animation in it. It's just... no one fucking uses it, so I couldn't really find any tutorials on how to fucking use it. So I just sort of pressed a bunch of buttons and vaguely did what I wanted to do. You know. Did you hear about... oh, Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft's coming back on the Nerky channel, but it's just... Dan's been busy with Lilith, so he hasn't recorded them. Yeah. He hasn't recorded any more yet. Hopefully he records some more soon in the next couple of days and we'll have them. They're supposed to be twice a week. Effectively, the schedule plan was plays on Saturday, Minecraft on Mondays and Thursdays. Yeah. Toys on Fridays, but every 2 weeks. Plays on Saturday, and new show and Daggy video on Sunday. Macs are, like... people often poo-poo Macs, but Macs are very good, but I say it depends what you want to do on them. God, quite fucking north of Dublin, aren't I? Fucking hell. Depends what you want to do on them. It really depends what you want to do on them. They're excellent for creative work. Absolutely excellent. If you're doing sound work or fucking video editing or color work or anything, they're excellent. Absolutely excellent. And if you're doing basic productivity, I think they're really good as well, but you will notice the benefits a bit less. They're still there. But if you're someone who, like... obviously, there's a lot of stuff... You can run any Windows app from the past, like, 30 years on Windows. A Mac app that's older than 5 years probably won't run on a Mac, you know. But the advantage of that is you get a lot of very up-to-date apps, and oftentimes apps that were people liked in the past that don't work anymore get remade by a different developer, and it's newer and fancier, and that's happened a lot. But you have to be... it's a different mindset, you know. You hate how the Mac ecosystem used to use like they're stupid. I disagree with that. By default, it wants to make it easy for you, but if you know what you're doing, you get past that really quickly. Really quickly. Like oh my god, you can mess with your Mac so much if you know what you're doing. More than Windows, I've found. There's edits I make to all my computers that I like for usability's sake, and there's some of them are either a massive faff to do on Windows, or sometimes just not possible. And on the Mac, they're just built into a settings menu, and like I just do it in like a couple of clicks. Oh yeah, iOS isn't. No, I agree with iOS, but iOS is the phone, and I'm fine with that because I'm not trying to do anything advanced on my phone. iPadOS is where the awkward thing is, though, where it's trying to sort of bridge the gap, and it's just the file management is not there yet. They need to fix that before it becomes really good. You guess you have a Mac. I have a Windows PC with a 1390 and a 10900K. I've got an iMac Pro to the right of me, which I use for all my editing. I have them as separate computers purely because, you know, I want to, like, I want to be able to do stuff on this because the Mac is always doing something. It's always rendering something or doing something all the time. So I wanted two computers for it. Because, you know, I couldn't do this if I often stream when stuff's rendering and I can't do that. I often I have to record stuff in this. I mean, a lot of, I make a lot of thumbnails myself and I go in the games and I get them and I get a lot of B-roll myself. So I sort of just, yeah. PC gaming needs basic upgrade. It does. PC gaming needs upgradability, but equally, at least for me and Dan and stuff, like when we upgrade our PCs, we upgrade everything anyway. So like the idea of being able to modularly change stuff isn't that big of a deal. It's just good for repairability. Because then if one thing breaks, you can repair it easily yourself, where a Mac isn't there. You know. While software tends to be updated and more polished, its lack of backwards compatibility just kills macOS as a proper gaming PC platform. Completely, it does. Absolutely. Absolutely kills it. Which is why I always have to have a Windows computer. Absolutely. But, you know, I'm not using it for that. I mean, the nice thing about Macs at the bare minimum is that you can, at least Intel Macs, is that you can just install Windows to them as well and dual boot. Is a Mac Mini and iMac with no screen. It's an iMac Mini, I'd say, is close to a MacBook Pro with no screen. Basically, it's just a box. Yeah. Are we lack of backwards compatibility? Is there any technical reason why Apple don't allow 32-bit apps to run now? Is it just being Apple? They don't allow 32-bit apps to be Macs. They made the entire operating system 64-bit and they just don't run anymore. Apple will ditch old things the second they can. Yeah, there's genuine security risks. They don't want them. They don't want to bog down the system with support for 32-bit apps. They don't think any 32-bit should be a thing. They think all apps should be 64-bit. So they're like, fuck you, making them 64-bit or fuck off. And honestly, like, if you're not in that world, like, they could emulate 32-bit, but the reason they don't is because they want to force people to make better apps. And as inconvenient as that sounds, that always is how it works. That's always how it works. Like, that's always been the way. Like, apps always just update or get newer ones. Like, there's apps on Windows that are still, like, the goal. Like, you know, there's apps on Windows that you want to use for stuff that is, like, 20 years old. And, you know, I want to do something basic, and it's like, oh, you have to use this 20-year-old app. And I'm like, what? Whereas on Mac, what would happen is that app would have just been remade by a different developer better. And there's that. Because the Mac developer community is really good, so you end up getting really good apps on there. But you have to be willing to change occasionally and go, you know. You really need to push it, I guess, you know. They don't, like, I mean, they infamously drop everything early. And part of it is they want to force people to change. You know, they got rid of a floppy disk drive. They got rid of the CD drive. And everyone was like, well, I like my CDs. And, you know, oh, they got rid of the USB-C port. They got rid of normal USB ports. So now you got to use USB-C. And everyone was like, oh, this is shit. And now USB-C is the gold standard because it's really good. You know, they got rid of the headphone jack and everyone complained. But then everyone was like, oh, yeah, Bluetooth headphones are great. And if you know, and the nice thing about phones is loads of other options. The same with computers. But that's their attitude is very much one of, hey, this tech's better. Let's not support this old tech because we don't like it. And yeah, some people do like optical drives, and some people do like headphone jacks, and some people do like stuff. But that's the thing. Apple aren't the only horse in town. There's people who are doing that, and that's the thing. But if you're on the Apple system, you're going to be the kind of person like me who's like, yeah, fuck that. I like new tech. I like moving forward with it. And so I like, and some people are like very much like, oh, I like the way it's set up the way I want it. Why the fuck do I want to change it? And I completely get that as well. That's why there's multiple options. Yay. Is planned obsolescence disguise of innovation simple? I would disagree with that. Because I do think they're genuinely innovative. I do think they to a certain degree, do the planned obsolescence thing, but I do think they're genuinely innovative well, and they do push the industry forward as a whole. And as someone who's used them for a long time, they do push it forward, and I like it for that. But, you know, that's why it's good that there's other options. That's why it's good that Mac's not the only... If Mac was the only goddamn computer, it'd be really, really bad, but they're not. You know. You hear that Apple killed the 3 minutes... Oh, I hate that others followed suit. That always really annoys me. Because, like, Apple does something, and then every other tech company's like, huh, that's stupid. Like, Samsung was doing ads, like, haha, we're keeping our 3.5mm jack. Oh, fuck you, Apple. Or like, Apple, after they got rid of the fucking brick in the box, they were like, oh, we still give you a brick. And then like 6 months later, they got rid of the brick. Oh my God. Really annoys me. Just, Jesus Christ, some people want that fucking, like, people are buying, like, Note, the Galaxy Note got rid of the headphone jack. And I'm like, why? It's massive. Like, Apple's excuse was kind of bullshit, but when they were explaining it, was like, look, we took the Lightning out, and here's the space that was taken up by the 3mm jack, and we put this thing in the space. And they physically showed them swapping the components. I mean, like, we put this here instead. And I started going, that's a kind of bullshit reasoning, but at least it's something. But then the Note was like, oh, we got rid of it. I'm like, why? It's like, it's massive. You can fit it. You can put one in. You know, Apple could put one in their bigger phones if they wanted to as well. But Apple, that's Apple's MO, and they've always done that. And if you're going into the Apple ecosystem, you're going in knowing that. But like, fuck off, Samsung. You can fit a pen in the fucking phone. You can fit a fucking 3.5mm jack. Fuck off. Like, I hate that. I hate Windows manufacturers tend to not follow Apple that much for like laptops and stuff. Fucking phones do, and I'm like, why? Surely the reason people buy Android phones is because they're not Apple phones. Surely, some of them I would get emulating it, but like, the reason you buy an Android phone is because you don't want an iPhone. Surely, so why would you just instead of if I wanted all those iPhone features, I'd buy an iPhone. Surely, what? You can't really question Apple. Apple do Apple. Yeah, they do their own thing, and I respect that. You know, I appreciate that they do that and they try and push tech forward. Sometimes bullshit, sometimes it's valid. But that's the advantage, isn't it? There's multiple companies doing different things, and I appreciate them, you know. Again, they're not the only horse in town. Like, I just wish all the manufacturers wouldn't fucking follow suit so much. They buy Android phones because they don't have the money for an Apple phone. That's why manufacturers want to give the Apple as well. I mean, that's a true point, especially mid-range. Which is why Apple brought out the fucking iPhone SE for like $330. To try and get into that market. But on the high end, I'm talking about the high end. Like the high end of like you know, the big the flagship phones. You know, I get on the lower end phones, but on the fucking high end phones, on the flagships like the Note and the fucking S series ones and fucking all of these high end phones, trying to just be an iPhone. I'm like, you're the same price as an iPhone. If I wanted the fucking iPhone, I'd buy the iPhone. It's the same price. I want to buy you for a different reason. You know? Oh, Apple fucking over the right to repair is really annoying. Because it's frustrating to me as well, because, like, you know what? There is an understandable, and I appreciate the technical reason for why they solder everything down. I appreciate there's a technical reason for that. It makes the devices smaller, it makes them more efficient, it makes the data rate more... Like, there's reasons for soldering everything down. But that's not necessarily the problem I have. It's that they're like, oh, you can't buy replacement parts. Like, but I can repair that myself. I know how. And they're like, oh, yeah, you can't. You have to get it repaired. I'm like, but why? Well, you can't do it yourself. I don't trust you. It's like, it's my computer. I can do what the fuck I want with it. If I break it, it's my problem. You know? I'm still going to take it into Apple for repair, but I want the fucking option to repair it. Like, you know. Like, yeah, there's some socketed stuff on the new iPhones. Like, there's the camera one. Yeah, no, it's like that you can hot swap the camera. It's got a plug. But it doesn't, it's like, oh, it's not an official iPhone camera. Ugh. It's annoying. It's annoying. Like, the thing is, I'm not that bothered by that purely because I've never been in that position where I've had an Apple product and I've been like, oh, I wish I could repair this myself. Because generally speaking, if I have a problem with anything, it's something really specific that I couldn't repair myself anyway. But I hate that I don't have the option to all the same. Because years and years and years ago, I mean, I told the story before where I had a MacBook and it was great because I just took all the bits out. I took the disk drive out and I replaced it with another hard drive. I changed my hard drive. It was bulging. I took all the RAM out. I fucking fucked around with everything hardware-wise. And you can't do that anymore because nothing's hot swappable. And I get for the laptops, like, they're trying to make thin, whatever, fuck it. But again, I want to... Let me buy replacement parts, for fuck's sake. Didn't your gyroscope break? Yeah, my gyroscope got stuck in my iPhone. I remember taking it to the fucking Apple store, and he's like going down the technical. She's like, we don't even have this listed as an issue that could happen. And he like wrote it in. He tried to search it on the service documents for like on all the service documents, and they didn't have any other reported cases of the gyroscope getting stuck. And I'm like, And he's like, yeah, this has never happened before. I've never even heard of this happening. I'm like, that sounds like me. We're in the UK, aren't we? I'm not in the UK. I'm in Ireland now. I'm in Ireland. I'm just there. I'm going to Dublin. There it is. There's my hometown. There's my boy. There's my boy. There's my boy. There's my boy. Right. I've got to give everyone a bit of a tour around Dublin now. See, I get weird obscure tech issues. I never get a simple thing that I just have to replace a component. If I was getting those issues, I'd really care about it. But I never do, so I can't. I just don't. Treating that whole iMac Pro debate, I would probably hire me as a product tester. Honestly, they should. Because I just seem to care every issue. Honestly, the iMac Pro thing really annoyed me because every time they were trying so hard to be helpful. Like, I had an Apple tech in Cupertino, like in the thing. He was emailing me every day with updates. He'd got an identical iMac Pro and put it on his desk, and he was rendering Nerdcube videos that I'd sent him on repeat to try and emulate the issue. That's such a level of tech support that I wouldn't get anywhere else. But I just hated... I was annoyed that the problem happened in the first place, because it shouldn't have happened in the first place. And they were trying... The tech support was doing an excellent job trying to fix the issue, but it still shouldn't have happened. And it was frustrating because I couldn't... Every single person I spoke to was lovely and the most helpful they could have possibly been. But shouldn't have happened in the first place. So I'm simultaneously thankful to Apple for being so helpful, but also very annoyed because it shouldn't have happened. So, yeah. Yeah. You know, they burned me, but then they took care of me, but they still burned me. You've got the support for Enterprise. Yeah, Enterprise suppliers will do that as well, as Oliver's mentioning. Enterprise suppliers will do that. But for consumer, like prosumer stuff, like, you don't really get that sort of thing. That over there, see that little island? Off my tail, just above my tail. That is the Eye of Ireland. Known as the Eye of Ireland, Island's Eye. When you come into Dublin Airport, which is right there, which I'm not going to land at because it's not modelled at all. I didn't get a coupon, Derpy chap. I didn't get a coupon, Derpy. They didn't offer me a coupon. For all that faff involved in the iMac Pro, I got offered I got offered an accessory from the Apple Store up to the value of £50. It wasn't a £50 voucher. It was, I can select an item up to the value of £50 and they'll send it to me. That was it. Can we see the spire? It's not here. They've modelled nothing in Dublin. This is all AI. They've done nothing in Dublin. They were like, oh, so you can island update. They've had nothing in Dublin. Dublin's still all AI. The airport's AI. The entire town's AI. Everything's AI. There's no spire. It's crap. Yeah, it's even worse. I didn't accept it, Derpy. I said, that's so insulting that I'm not even going to accept that. They don't have the needle. They have nothing in McSpooge, which is annoying because I was saying this before. It's just a triangle. It would take a video. It's like 2 minutes. It's like a fucking single. It's a cylinder. Okay, that there is Howth. Howth Head. Oh, this is a nature reserve, by the way. It was an island, but it's kind of becoming not an island now because the sand. It's cool. It's a cool little island. There's a nice beach and there's loads of birds. This is Howth. This sort of weird little sticky out bit. That's Howth Head. Well, it's Howth, and then there's Howth Head over here. This is the town of Howth. So Howth is lovely. I really hope that there's even some modders for Island or something, because there's Howth and there's this weird little thin bit. There's like a hotel there. I went for something once, and then there's a train that comes into Howth. I don't know if you can see the train line there, but the train comes into Howth station right there, just on my right wing tip, right there. There's a cool transport museum in Howth, but it's like up a weird road. There's Howth station right there. It's like a little fishing village. They've got an amazing fish and chip shop. They have like the most amazing chips. And there's a bus that goes up. Loads of rich people live around here. There's a bus. Oh, there, right there. Just, I don't know, you can see at the top of that hill. It's just like a single light there. Just passing over it now, my left wing tip there. That's the Hurdy-Gurdy Museum of, Hurdy-Gurdy Museum of, sound and radio or something. It's this weird little, like, bunker that was made during World War II that a guy who just collected, like, radios his whole life built a museum in, and now his son runs it. And it's a guy, and you give him €5, he shows you around all his radios. It's really nice. I don't care about radios, but there's something very endearing about it. You can come to the top right here, that little roundabout there to the left. Top left of screen. That's Howth Head Car Park. And they haven't modelled the cliffs right, because they never model cliffs right. But if I stop here, I'm going to turn the time back slightly, because, oh, for fuck's sake. Can we just make it a bit brighter? There we go. You don't model cliffs right, but there's some beautiful, you can park there and walk, and then you walk on these beautiful cliffs. It's a lovely walk. On these lovely cliffs. Lovely walk on top of the cliffs. Loads of rich people. Loads of lovely houses as well. If you like looking at really rich houses, you'll never be able to afford. I'm right there. This is a house there with a helipad on this fucking rad-ass fucking little sticky out bit. That's where the presenter of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire used to live. The Irish presenter of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Don't know if he still lives there, but he did live there. And then, right, let's shop a little bit more at Dublin, and I'll finish up, and I'll raid someone with like 10 minutes before Dan's stream because I don't want to raid Dan. I want to raid someone else. Damn it! Surely someone's gonna be. I'm gonna try and stream more in the day, because I never do, but I'm taking advantage of it because. You know, I'm always like, oh, streaming up. There's more people watching this than I usually have watching me at like 3 a.m., which makes sense. Makes a lot of sense, you know? Oh, thank you for the £3 tip, Uniquets. I don't know why it didn't come up on the stream. Maybe it's not set up right. You can't have a donation, but you can have a tip. Thank you for the tip. I'm going to buy... That's going towards my refill of my vodka. Used to be not going to take sessions with people, right? No, no. It's going to be people from a list of people If any of the people I follow are streaming, I'll raid them, but I don't raid people I don't know. That's as a constant rule and a very strict rule I have. Just because, you know, there's a lot of bad people. So, a lot of bad people on Twitch, and I need to do my due diligence before I could ever recommend anyone, even slightly. So, let's have a look around. So, right. Where are we? That's Malad Road. So there's Dublin Airport over there. You can see it ahead of me. This is the north side of Dublin. Trying to figure out where I am. I pulled up a bit too much there. That is... Hang on a minute. Hang on. I think... Yeah, I know where I am. Okay. That round of me, that shipbuilding on the left of my wingtip, that's Northside Shopping Centre. It's Northside Shopping Centre. That's the M1 motorway. Is Dan streaming tonight? You should be, yeah. That's the Northside Shopping Centre. I see. I mainly spent a lot of my time in the north of Dublin. Is that Santry? Ooh. I think Santry. Yeah, that's a shop. That's a shopping centre. There's a cinema there I went to a lot. that's definitely Santry. Yeah, that's Santry. A cinema right there. There's a cinema next to a fucking Eddie Rockets, and I'm like, oh fuck yeah, that's my good playhouse. What's my favorite food, Dublin? Eddie Rockets. It's always Eddie Rockets. Eddie Rockets is shit. You got fucking Eddie Rockets next to a cinema. That's a fucking date night for me, you know. That's a good night. Ton of Eddie Rockets. They're a chain. They're an American food. They're just an American like diner chain, and they seem like to be really shit, but they're so good. They're so fucking good. They have no right to be as good as they are. Where's... I can't remember the name of it. God, it's this weird little, like, tiny little roundhouse thing, which you can do a tour of. I think that's it right there. Right there. Right under my right wing tip. Now, right there. That's a weird little house built by a lord or something. I've toured it. I can't remember its name. Right, then we're coming into... down this way. Yeah, we're coming into Dublin city centre now. There's O'Connelly station right there. There's trams go from there. There's the bus station. There's O'Connell Street, which fuck me. There's O'Connell Street where the needle would be in the middle of it. There'd be this, basically, it looks like a big needle, funnily enough. It should be right here-ish. It's a big needle, really tall. It's like the tallest thing in Dublin. Oh, they haven't bothered. There's the university. It's a little bit hard. Everything's rendered, but not properly. Oh, that looks like a proper building. That looks like a proper building. I don't even know its name. There's where Dublinia is, which is a cool, like, oh, they put a little bridge for the Dublinia. It's like a cool, like, Viking thing there. There's, hang on. That's Dublin Castle. Okay, yeah. That is Dublin Castle, yeah. There's tram stops there, Lewis stops there. Never been, weirdly. I've passed it a lot, never been. Right, where are we now? That's Liffey. Right. St. James Park, which is one of the biggest parks in any city in Europe, I think. Massive. That one just in front of me, the big black blob. That right there. Oh. That flat thing there that's clearly a train station is a train station. That's Euston train station. Dublin Euston train station. Right there under the back of my thing, that entire building, that entire big section of buildings that's just under me, like under the left wingtip now that I'm heading towards, that's the Guinness factory. Which I know a lot about because my granddad spent his entire life working at Guinness. Which is very stereotypical. You can see all the little flasks, casks and stuff. Full of Guinness. Full of Guinness! St. James Gate is just part of Guinness, the Guinness factory. It's like the touristy part, but there's the Guinness factory. You know, the best Guinness, there's a cool like tower at the top of one of the stacks, and you can go and have a Guinness there. And you can pour it yourself. And honestly, God, the best Guinness you'll ever fucking taste. That right there is Clemagoch. Clemagoch, it's a cool prison. You can do a tour. Fuck, wait, shit. Fuck. Stop, shh, quiet. Clemling, is that Clem? No, that's not right. Hang on. Where am I? Oh, that's right, I think. Pretty sure that's right. Is that? Niche core. Yeah, it's a cool prison. I think it's that. I'm pretty sure it's that. 95%. No, I'm wrong. It's further along. You've only had London Guinness. It's Clymlingoch. That's what I'm thinking of. Thank you, Dr. Vogt. Clymlingoch. That's further along. There! Right there. Right there. That. See what the weird little thing... That right there is Clymlingoch. I think that's how I pronounce it. That is a really cool prison that you can do a tour of. Really old prison. A lot of the original Irish rebels were executed there. Some football grounds. I think it's Jacore. There's Dublin Zoo's over here. Remember when I streamed till 6? Well, I was planning to stream till 6, but then turns out flying takes a while. I've flown all the way from fucking Southend, to Brighton, Portsmouth, up to Bristol, then all the way up to Liverpool, then over to fucking Blackpool, then through Wales, and then I'm in Dublin now. But did a good tour today. Did a good tour. Did a good flight. There's Dublin Zoo, right there. Is that where the zoo is? It's around here. It's in the park. Right there. There's Dublin Zoo. Covered mostly by trees, but you can see it. Just there. There's the aviary right there. Dublin Zoo. Good zoo. Dublin's good. Dublin's really fun. I think Liverpool's a better place to visit. I think it's a bit more consistent things to do in Liverpool. It's quite small and compact, whereas Dublin's a bit more sprawling. Dublin's a great city to visit, though, as well. I love that. I haven't been over in a long time. I'm a bit homesick. And there's a great, over here, Three Rock Mountain. You get a great view of Dublin, all the smokestacks. Anyway, got to finish now at 10 to 8. I'm going to raid someone that isn't Dan. Going to raid someone that isn't Dan. Because, god damn it, unplug the HOTAS and the plane's just going to fly itself. Should be fine. Uh-oh. Everything's falling. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm pulling things off my desk. Okay. Okay. Oh, I've got to move my keyboard back into my desk. There we go. That plane will probably be fine. It is slowly... it is pitching down. I will admit. It is... That's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. fact, who am I going to raid? Let's have a look at raid. Channels I follow. No one. There's no one I follow streaming. Oh, I'm pitching up. Oh, well. What if I'll have a crash? Does anyone watch streaming? No, none of them are. Good. Good. Is Martin streaming? Do I not follow Martin? Do I actually not follow Martin? Oh yeah, he is. Oh, let's raid Martin. Let's raid Martin. Give Martin your love. God, his 10-year anniversary. Yeah, he's an old school YouTuber, just like us. Go say hello to Martin. Give him my best wishes. Tell him I love him. Tell Martin I love him and he's really good. And I hope he's all right. He's playing Minecraft. It's fine. He's trying to appeal to the kiddies. It's fine, okay? It's fine. Everyone's got to make a living. So, shut up. I'll raid Martin now. Give him my best, everyone. Give him my best. Kiss, 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 kiss.